always think of you when spring comes, like it's something in the air at that time. Don't know why, always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends. Stayed in bed till Wednesday, fell in love with you right there and then. I was young, couldn't see that. Leather jacket, though it's too cold. Saw your face in the crowd, and I think we loved eyes. Her just perfect, yeah, she's beautiful. Never thought you'd be here. It took me by surprise when I met you in the doorway. And a friend of a friend, never thought I would see you this soon, but hope she really loves you, 'cause I swear you deserve everything. Wish that I knew that sooner. We got sober, it was over, but I told you I'd do it all over again. At your place or a spring break, a heartache, I'd do it all over again. Do it all over Tell me a lie, and I tell you too. I say that I'm happy for the two of you. You wanna be friends, but I don't think I can. But I wanna be happy, happy for you.
Talk to me nice, talk to me honestly. Look in my eyes, don't let it fall on me. Say you're a good guy, make me believe it. Don't wanna hear it, I wanna see it. See how rewind, when we rewind, feels so nice. We time, you, I know how
conquer the night, if I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night, if I can make it, if I try to draw the red,
I could run through the fire.
Everyone, welcome to Badass University All-Stars League. My name's Ebak. Today, I'm joined by Jerry the Music Man yet again, who looks absolutely delightful.
Oh, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be joined by you. Like, it's been so long since we've been on the same desk, and I think this may be our first Bool duo cast, which is really exciting.
Yep, definitely. I mean, you've got kind of used to these fancy little imaginary desks as of late, haven't you?
They're fun, yeah. This is a really nice one, though. I do like this one with the
Very
neon
shiny.
lights and everything. It is
I
very
love
shiny.
it.
And I get the pleasure of being in my seat. This is very nice. Yeah, it's a good desk.
Fabulous. Well, we have two great teams coming up for you right now, and then two later on as well, as we are in the lower bracket quarter-finals, starting off with Ludens up against the Deviants. Now, they are pegged, whatever the term is, as Cairo's dark horse for the tournament, one of two, at the very least. He's got his eye on them. He's told me a lot about them being very fancy. But I've seen Ludens already this season, and they look pretty impressive. They finished higher in the table ever so slightly. They've come from the top bracket. What are you thinking today, Jerry, right off the bat?
Well, I just think that it's a best of three, so there's so little that you can rely on from previous engagements. And at the moment, my thought is that Ludens, as a roster, having been sort of a bit more recently or less recently formed, have a bit more cohesion to them, perhaps, to have that experience in the best of three. They can bring it home now that it really matters. Now that we're in this lower bracket, there's no second chances. Ludens have already lost one best of three to drop down here, while Deviants, they got their kind of free pass to get here effectively, with Atlas forfeiting in the previous round. So this is their first match that they're actually going to play in this bracket, or in these finals. So yeah, I'm favouring Ludens slightly, but again, it's just too difficult to call, really.
Marginal at best.
Yeah.
They won the game earlier in the season. It was a weekday 2 that they came up against each other on Oregon, a 7-4 win for Ludens. Historically, they had the ever so slight advantage, but they were 1 point ahead in the league table. That was it. The only difference was the fact that they won and lost the same amount of games. It was just more overtimes for the Deviants that saw them into that lower bracket position. But now they're both here. There's no superiority. The league table doesn't matter anymore. Neither does lower or higher bracket. They are here, and they have to eliminate one or the other. They have no choice here. And we've got 3 brilliant maps to bring you on if we do go all the way in this best of 3. What are they, Jerry?
Well, we can start to bring up the map vetoes and see exactly how it panned out. Of course, best of 3, in case you're new to this format, you have 1 ban each, and then you have your pick. So you don't get much saying what doesn't get played. Chalet and Aura are going to be the first bans, and those are not auto bans, so don't worry about that. We don't have any auto bans in play for the finals. That's just a bit of a graphic that we use for the best of 1. So the next 2 things on your screen are going to be the first 2 maps, and I can tell you right now, we are going to Cafe and Consulate for our first 2 maps, and it may be decided in those 2, but should we need a third, that will be decided with after a couple more bans. So let's bring those up on screen. Let's see what these 2 banned out next. I can tell you if they don't appear, but it's the Coastline and Villa. There we go. So Coastline and Villa are both gone, the Mediterranean beauties, and instead we are stuck with cold,
we're not.
harsh Russia. That's not correct.
No, I'd like 2 cafes in one game. That'd be really
crazy.
Inventive.
That is in fact a clubhouse.
Powers of
that last
Deduction. Clubhouse, of course, is the final one. No surprise that Oregon banned out by the Deviants, having lost there earlier this season. Cafe, if it's as chaotic as yesterday's game with Combat Wombats up against Frogs, we'll have to see. I expect not, but I think both teams could learn if they watched yesterday's game and maybe apply some of the stuff they figured out from there. Consulate, that's relatively actually trodden ground within BUAL, looking at the stats, a lot more so than other leagues, which I quite like, so I'm hoping we get some interesting strategies out there. Coastline out the way, we didn't get to see that was the decider potentially yesterday as well. Villa's gone as well, and Clubhouse, which is an interesting third map. You often see it a bit earlier on, but as a decider that could be very tense.
Yeah, Clubhouse has been played a fair bit as well this season by most teams. At least it's been touched by pretty much every team at least once. So yeah, that I feel like that's a fitting decider for anywhere. Cafe and Consulate, especially Consulate, is going to be a wild ride. But yeah, Cafe, I wasn't able to watch last night's broadcast, so
Oh,
excuse me. So yeah, I missed
it's
out on the
okay. I know
chaos.
it's emotional. You don't.
I've heard it was incredible. So yeah.
It was absolutely nuts, and I think interesting stat, Jerry. I don't think we've ever casted a game together that hasn't involved Consulate.
Really? No, that's outrageous. How have we not casted?
I can remember every single time.
I think you're right. We genuinely haven't casted together too many times, but a lot of them have been best of 3s and best of 5s. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We don't do too many best of 1s together, weirdly. But yeah, okay. Cool. More
It's
Consulate
always
for us, I
crazy
guess.
though. It's always nuts. Every Consulate. The first game I remember us doing was the Pulse Teller You joke disaster, followed by absolute pandemonium in the final rounds. Star Trek jokes, I believe, came out at some point as well.
I specifically remember a TriCast that we did where was it me, you, and Cairo?
Fellow.
Me, you, and Fellow, yeah.
Fellow.
And there was a clash clutch from Heavy that we were just like, we have to give it to
Noodle.
you. We threw it straight. Oh, Noodle. Not
Noodle
Heavy.
1v2.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
Well,
The Heavy thing was a different game. That's just how many we've done.
He also
together.
brought out a clash on Consulate, didn't he? So yeah.
Well, this is some wonderful history about me and Jerry that you are surely looking for within this game.
Completely irrelevant to this game
yes,
and this
definitely
league, but
so.
it's what we've seen.
What do we have next, Jerry, as well? Because there's not just this game. We have one straight after it as well.
Of course, we do have one more, and if I could remember exactly what it was, I would
I didn't
tell
mean to
you.
throw you under the
But
bus.
don't worry, I can bring it up. It was, of course, in the lower bracket, so it's involving 2 teams that have been sort of dunked down here. You've got Combat Wombats that forced their way through after beating Manor of Frogs 2-0 in their first lower round, and then Veggie Patch, who got sent down here after, well, they finished 3rd, but had to try and best Imperium of Mandem in that best of 3 and didn't. Came fairly close. Their second map on Oregon was an 8-6, so they did push it to overtime. But 2-0, so they're straight down here and they have to face the Combat Wombats. And honestly, based on the season that both of these teams have had, like, Veggie Patch have been impressive, but also very hot and cold. Like, they did finish 3rd, but they have the potential to just not turn up sometimes.
It's the staple of a Sturksy team, I'm sorry to say, but it's just the case. When he played for Endangered back in the day, they were so up and down. Sometimes they were the best team I've ever seen, and then the rest of the time they were useless. So I don't know what's going on with that. I know on the final map, Sturksy went, like, I think 1-12 or something like that in the game, whereas I think the game that I casted with him earlier in the season, he absolutely rocked it. So maybe it's just him, maybe it's the influence he has on the team. Whatever it is, we will have to wait and see later on. I'm also excited to see Combat Wombats again. That's going to be fantastic. The game that sent Veggie Patch down was apparently an absolute banger. Cairo was exhausted, and he's had to do yesterday's game as well as the later one today. So he's going to be absolutely through with it. But at the same time, he can't stay away. And to be fair, neither can I. That's why I'm sticking around. Because these games, all of them, have been incredible.
Oh, they have been. Throughout the regular season, we were amazed at the level of competition and how close it was. And it just takes a brief look at the Liquipedia grid to see that everything is mostly really, really close. You've got only a few like 7-2s, 1-7-0 in the whole season. But most of it's 7-5s or overtimes. Like, they were so close. I say it every single broadcast, but this particular season, with the draft system they've had in place for kind of picking teams and making sure they're fairly evenly balanced, it has delivered in terms of entertainment, and it's meant that every single game, all of these players, whether it's be best of ones or best of threes, have had a great time kind of battling it off against each other. What are you? I was just thinking. Wait, is that true? You're saying that the overtimes everywhere, like all these teams so close. Ludens are the only team who did not go to overtime during the league season. So they are the one team to prove you wrong in that regard. But we'll see if that holds up today, because I think this is going to be very close the whole way through. If anything like the game they had earlier this season, or just the stats themselves, even just the rounds that they've won and lost are very, very close together throughout the season. There is very little to separate them. And a lot of it might come down to just preference of maps, and maybe one of them likes Cafe a bit more than the other. They get off to a quicker start. That's the sort of thing that was very impactful yesterday. Frogs, they had a chance on map 1 because they started strongly. Combat Wombats didn't. That could be the make or break here for at least one of the maps. Potentially. It's often a game of sort of endurance when it comes to best of threes. And these first two, honestly, I very rarely see a Cafe that's like a complete blowout. They're usually quite close. But Consulate, the number of like 7-0s, 7-1s I've seen on Consulate, it's astounding. Like, it just has that kind of, like, a lot of teams have it in their back pocket and they really like it, and then some teams are trying to avoid it all the time because they have no idea what they're doing there, and sometimes that can really show up when it comes to these best of three. So I do hope that that for Luden's sake they haven't been kind of forced onto the Consulate, and
No.
I don't know.
You don't think so? With the bans and the way that they worked out, I think banning a map like Villa and what was the first one they did? I can't remember.
The first bans was Chalet and Oregon.
Of course, Chalet, yes. Yeah. If you're banning those, you keep Consulate in. I think, having already played those maps this season as well and done a decent job, I'm thinking it's, I'm not saying hidden strategies or anything, but a slightly less conventional and less practiced map for them to play on. So the coaches from the opposition team or IGLs might be a little bit more muddled than they would otherwise.
So just sort of flicking through Luden's sort of record on various maps throughout the season. While I'm talking through this, maybe Ivan, you can have a quick look over Deviants on how they've done, where they've liked to go,
right.
And then we'll tag team it in.
Okay.
So Luden's basically this season they played a fair amount of Villa. And a bit of Clubhouse, bit of Oregon, no Consulate. The one time they'd been taken to one of these more aggressively minded maps, it was Coastline. They lost 7-5 to Veggie Patch. So this does strike me as a match, as a map that Ludens are sort of wanting to avoid, and in general, like looking at the map bans as well throughout the season, they've usually banned it, second or third. You don't get that opportunity in a best of three ban phase. You only get the one ban as opposed to the three that you get before a map pick in best of one. So they have avoided Consulate at pretty much every turn. So I'm thinking that could be quite solidly a Deviant showing there. But Cafe, obviously their first pick is going to be a lot more comfortable. So it's entirely possible that we go to three maps based on Deviant's record. Now, I don't know. Oh, sorry, based on Luden's record. Do you have any nuggets delving through the stats about
I haven't
Deviants?
just had a look. They played Cafe once. That was against Poggy Woggy, and it was a 7-5. Poggy Woggy is kind of one of the lower performers in the league, and that was very close. Deviants do love bringing it close, whatever the games are, as you can tell by their overtime record. Just generally, they do give maybe one too many rounds away in some of these games, which could be an issue for Ludens. So Cafe's a bit of a question mark for them. They played Villa 3 times. That's why it's an obvious ban for Ludens. They've played 2 Clubhouses and 2 Oregons. One of those Oregons, of course, against Ludens, and they lost it. So in terms of the maps and how it's looking, they haven't played Consulate, which is always a bit dangerous when you haven't played it for so long. Maybe they've been practicing it, making sure that they're ready for the playoffs and have something to throw at their opposition. Now's probably the time to use it, to be fair, if that is the case. So I'm hoping that might just explode into action.
Yeah, there was something interesting that Cairo was saying just before this game about what maps these teams were kind of potentially planning on bringing out. And it does strike me as odd, actually. I think you mentioned it. The Deviants are the ones that actually banned Villa in that ban phase. They had a choice between Villa and Club as their final 2 maps, if I'm not mistaken. Otherwise, I've written this down.
I thought I was talking about Ludens with that, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, those bans back up, Noah?
No, they did. Yeah, so Deviants banned Villa as their final ban. Yeah, they had a choice between Villa and Clubhouse. And instead of going to the map that we've seen them 7-0 a team on this season, we instead
got a game
Club
instead
if we get an overtime or third map. But yes, you're right. We do have a game, and it's Ludens v Deviants. Of course, this is who we've been talking about. Finally, we are here with the match, and I'm used to disappearing at this point. But our lovely desk keeps us bright and visible while we're dissecting these bans, which is nice. I get to look at your face for a bit longer.
Them apart.
But I think it was Fresh who mentioned it over the weekend. There are 3 certainties in life: death, taxes, and the Thatch ban.
Of course. No real surprise there. We saw him and Flores as the bans in quite a lot of games recently during the playoffs, especially yesterday with every single map that we saw. Thatcher and Jackal will be opted for this time. Still relatively standard, the Jackal on this map, making sure that any roamers are certainly uncomfortable on the side of Deviants, as that can be a big influence in a lot of these games of Villa. Just even one strong roaming player at the wrong moment can break a side. We've seen it happen a lot recently. Mira also double Spanish ban, no surprises. A lot of teams, I spoke about this with Cairo yesterday, they just want to bypass it. You're not going to play her, you're not that bothered, just get rid of her. It's so much easier. And the same goes for Valkyrie.
I think at this point everybody expects the Spanish Inquisition, which is rather unusual. But yeah, Valk as well is absolutely standard here. She's so powerful on a ton of maps, but this is a small one where you want to be peeking out, similar to Consulate, similar to Coastline. If a little bit more objective focus once you're inside the building. But yeah, the Valkyrie is super powerful. You've got this box, put it outside on any corner, and you've got full coverage of of 2 entire sides of the map, which can enable a lot of plays. The only thing is, of course, a lot of the time the attackers will want to get up to the roof anyway, so it's only very effective in the very early round, but then you still get a lot of use out of them. There are a lot of kind of props on this map that you can hide those cams in and get a cheeky flank off on your friends, so well, usually your enemies, but yeah. But she's not in play. Nomad is. You can expect to see a fair amount of map control going in favour of the attackers, as KK is bringing that Nomad. So yeah, starting on the top floor, fairly standard as well. Aruni, I love to see her alongside Goyo, Jaeger. It's going to be a tough nut once the attackers do try and crack it, but yeah, plenty of shields, plenty of long-range denial that can be taken as well. No smoke, interestingly enough. Instead, we've got the mute to sort of hamper that drone economy. But they're going with this sort of fairly typical now open freezer setup with the shields to look into Piano and just make it a really, really horrible place to be.
I'm trying to... Is that Saunderoos on the bottom right? It's a bit... I can't figure out what that name is.
Sound Downos, yeah. We're getting a little bit of a fuzzy feed, but it's Sound Downos, and he's been Sound all season.
Sound Downos.
Yeah. It's been a fantastic player, honestly. But yeah, we're going to start. It's this pilgrimage for the top floor. As everyone knows, this is how it works. On Cafe.
Yes, hoping maybe at some point we'd see a bit of a change to some of the spawns in general and make
it'd be nice.
maybe a tiny bit more comfortable, or I mean maybe the complete opposite and just make it hell. But it can't be much worse than it already is. Ludens, they've got to be quick. They have a great hard breaching squad. They've got everything they need to deny roamers, push them back as well with the Nomad, make sure Deviants can't extend too far without getting punished. They do have a lot of verticality options as well, the 2 C4s. The intel inside of the site, those evil eyes, will be very useful. You can see already Gemini's attacking utility being used to figure out exactly where they are going. Ludens still just kind of waiting around on this red hatch to get the cigar breach going. Soon to put pressure on the player inside over by Pixel.
Slow progress, but it is progress. Oh, but Sundown is still lurking here inside this piano position. May well get droned out at some point. You can see a drone heading in his direction. Does jump and spots him immediately. He's going to have to spray out of that position. But he jumps up and takes the fight onto Benji.
Oh.
Grabs the opening pick with a nice headshot and now reclaims control of Cigar. He's going to move around to Shaiko and he just can't be pinned down right now, Ebak. He's got legs like a spaniel, this man. I don't know. Yeah. I guess a spaniel.
So it's my error. I had you too quiet. I couldn't hear you for a minute.
Oh, that's fine.
I'm back. 1 minute remains. 5 versus 4 for Deviants. In a strong position. All the utility that they want is still in place. Very slow efficiency from Ludens. They've used a lot of their projectiles as well. They've got 2 gone because Benji's down. And Duck's used most of his to very little avail. The flank downstairs, very useful from KK, will net 1 onto the Jaeger. So they don't have to worry too much about that. The verticality isn't there as an option. Kovac isn't underneath with a C4. He is lateral, which is a bit of a tough throw late on in the round, and that's exactly where we are. 30 seconds remain. Luden's still a little bit too ponderous here. They need to insert themselves quickly or they will find themselves in a horrible position. They seem to have repositioned over to the white side of the map, over on the east, which puts a lot of pressure on SPAC. But with this open setup, they're just going to be walking into a crossfire, and they get mowed down accordingly. SPAC gets 1, 2 from the older. Diffusers in no man's land. There's no way anyone can get there. Gaddy certainly can't. Round taken by the defensive side, and all the signs were there throughout the round, and it just went the way we expected.
Yeah, and the attackers just sort of like march straight into that meat grinder there. They had very little control around the top floor, so someone having Pixel, someone has Freezer, and another having Cocktail means that you push up white stairs and you are walking into a 3-ray crossfire. There's no good way of doing that at all. You have to rely on hitting some very nice shots and coming out on top. A lot of luck. It's not going to happen. There was too little going for them. Ludens basically just wasted too much time not gaining control of Piano. And so they had to try and readjust, and there were very few dimensions to that final push. The one thing you could maybe have said could have worked is if you reverted to that kind of alternate push, and then while sending 3 up white stairs or something, get someone into heaven. Just at least provide some kind of flank, something that makes the Cocktail player have to turn around, have to hide. And if you win that fight, then suddenly you're actually in with a chance. But no, they just decided to full send up white stairs, and that's, you know, a free win essentially for the Visions.
There's no fate in there, in fighting terms to some degree, to confuse the opposition or just buy yourself a moment, make a distraction, do anything. Just a very slow, eventual push round. They know KK's moving underneath already from that earlier kill. Bit of a misplay from Ludens, but I like the adjustment. We can see already they are thinking nice and quickly on their feet. Change the plan. Mix something up when it doesn't work first time around. And they gave themselves a decent amount of time to do so when it actually came to the plan. It's just in executing it was the issue, and they were certainly taken down as easily as you would imagine. Deviants this time opting for a kitchen defense. Similar utility opted for yet again, and Ludens going very direct in here, taking bakery control that was pretty much handed to them.
Oh no, the rush is benefited by an immediate disconnect, and Benji will find Magpie. Benji is taken down as he pushes in a little too deep, and Joby trying to find a spot where he can plant, but he's just sort of squirming and failing to. Finally, he does get a spot. KK taking a little bit of damage from behind him, but there's no one even close for the Deviants. They have to retake from from above. The flanks are coming through. Spack finds one, and Kovac is down in the meantime. Sandaros doesn't win his one. Jobu swinging out into prep and finding him, and it's all up to Spack now. The solo smoke, who's gathered 3 kills so far this match. He's going to have to find another 3, but instead it would be Jobu that puts him in the dirt, and the frag grenade is given the credit for that final down in the kill feed. A very quick push coming through from Ludian. Certainly lucky that the disconnect came through at the most ideal moment possible, completely emptying out the site with no effort required. But either way, I feel like they had a handle on that round. They read into a lackluster part of their setup from the Deviants and just capitalized on it.
Well, they noticed the weakness and struck very quickly. Fortuitous things aside, you don't have to worry about that too much. It worked. I think we might be going for a quick rehost or pause momentarily, and it's a good point to sit here and think about what we've just seen. We've had 2 rounds of very mixed results. We're sitting at the 1-all. We've seen good signs from Ludens, bad executions as well. They were certainly helped on the second round, but I think the coverage that we saw from the ace Giobu, especially at the end, watching the flank, making sure they win the fights, regardless of what's going on in the site, which is also success, pretty good from Ludens. They've shown the ability to execute well and the ability to adjust in the previous round despite it not working. What have the defense offered up, though? What are you thinking right now?
I feel as though there was a little gap in the defense that shouldn't have been there, that wasn't just on site, but was also... There's one key part to that defense, which is often overlooked by some teams that is just starting to kind of form their strategies on Cafe, is that if you're going to have a couple of people sitting on site and a couple of roamers, you need to make sure that you've got angles prepared above into prep, into prep station, because otherwise you've got no way of defending the site from afar. Your roamers have then got to do a marathon around the map down the stairs to get back to site, and it does leave it very open to those rushes. Alternatively, if you have those angles open, you're suddenly protecting the site and giving the attackers a reason to have to hunt you down inside of mining, which is a very sort of hunkerable position. You can sit in there for time, and the attackers really do have to put in a lot of effort to fight off, because if they attack you, then they have to be worried about the top floor as well, and any flanks from pillars. Suddenly they have to clear the whole map. So just putting someone in mining, if you're going to be that one guy in your team, be with the shotgun, like SMG combo is quite a good one to have in there, then just do it, because you'll probably get a kill or two, especially against a team that isn't going to check for it.
The roaming front of the play kind of hasn't been explored so far this game. The only real engagement being KK against the Jaeger, I can't quite recall, during that the first round, on the top floor. This round completely nullified. There were roaming players, but they didn't get countered even in the slightest. So I'm thinking now that we're on a second floor site, most likely, unless we see a reattempt, I think we might be seeing a reading, as we saw that a lot. We've seen that a lot throughout the season, especially yesterday. Attempted 3 times by Combat Wombats. By Combat Wombats. I'm thinking it's going to have to be very important, because we're going to see that across other maps today as well. It'd be very important on Clubhouse and Consulate. People need to get into the swing of things nice and early, and Cafe is probably a good way to kind of dip your toe in the water in that regard.
And just sort of looking back to Monday as well, Cafe, the way that panned out between Team 9 and Team Ludens when they played it, Ludens, it went all the way to 7-8. They didn't quite cross the line, and that's why they're down here. So it's their most recently played map, but they really stacked up a lot of defenses on it. And you've got to be a bit worried, because they've already conceded that one that was for par last time. They now are on course to... Well, if they manage to win all of their defenses now, then they've stepped up to that same kind of level of performance. But if that's what they're relying on, if their attacks aren't very strong, then they can't afford to lose another defense here, because they'll really have a hard time even like pushing it to overtime against the Deviants.
It's a tricky one.
I've gotten this completely the wrong round. The Ludens have just gained an attack. Okay.
Yes.
So Ludens got their attack. That's good, because they've only gained 1 attack yesterday. So if they can get another one, then they're actually improving. There we go.
Yes.
Just my team's the wrong
Much
round.
better.
Yeah.
But yes, things definitely could be quite good for Ludens. Lots of good signs, I think, from both teams. The defense hasn't been properly well, they haven't had the opportunity to respond to too much. They were very much aware of the changing in plans and sitting deep, but they were afforded a lot of security. They weren't stretched too much within their setup. All they need to do was sit there. Why isn't anything happening? Oh wait, they're going that way. Turn around. It not really particularly complicated from them. And then on the second round, it was, oh wait, they're in. Oh whoops, we messed it up. We've not really seen too much other than that from them, so I'm hoping that they are clicking into gear once we get this going back in. And of course, part of that was a very unfortunate disconnect. I'm not sure where the player was. Maybe they were near that position, ready to help guard the player. I imagine they were probably over by service.
It seemed like there was a massive hole in the site. So I would be surprised if it wasn't right there.
Yeah.
The player disconnect. It could have even been that the attackers kind of saw the... Did you just hear
What
that?
was that?
I don't know if that was on broadcast, guys, but we just got a very strange audio clip played in our ears. We'll
What
move
did it
aside.
say?
It said, okay, well, it wasn't
Oh,
broadcast, so we'll just have to
okay.
inform you. We had the EA Sports jingle, played in our
Right.
ears, but, at 0.75 speed. It was the weirdest thing. So, apologies for it throwing us like that. That was terrifying, quite honestly. But yeah, there was a hole in the defense. I wouldn't be surprised if the attackers spotted a player that was, kind of AFK looking and thought, hey, he's gonna die. He's gonna disconnect. Let's go. They did have that coordinated quite nicely, to be fair.
They did, and we'll get to see a bit more of that, hopefully, moving on in as we return finally to Cafe. Kitchen service, kitchen cooking, re-attempt. I was expecting a second floor. Maybe Deviants are hoping that Ludens will expect the same, but they are bringing an identical lineup, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this time, expecting the same thing. I would not anticipate the same rush twice in a row, but hopefully Deviants having 5 players spread across floors, they will actually test that intel play of Ludens, because when we saw them try and clear out on the top floor on the first round, it was a top floor hold, but they didn't manage to push anyone back at all, and that is a huge issue if that continues for the rest of this game.
It absolutely is. So, after a bit of a false start, hopefully we can get a game now which, has a flow to it. It gets into the swing of things, because, you said, it just felt like 2 kind of dud rounds, right? We had one where the attackers were just completely toothless and kind of walked into a meat grinder with the timer coming to the close, and then that last round, it was a good rush, but there's always that asterisk over there, isn't there, with the fact that there was a player gone. So maybe a bit more of a fair fight from here forward, and we can see the setup is going to be pretty much identical. No reason to deviate for the deviants for the time being. That being said, I do hope that we see some of that vertical play coming through from Mining. We see Kovac heading right on up to the top floor to provide some sort of roaming presence, but the main thing is he doesn't want his whole team to be caught out in sight, because, like we said, it is one hell of a trek back down from the top floor. Oh, look, they're going up.
I'm very interested to see what Deviants do here. Of course, Ludens, a very different plan, moving all the way top down, and it will be the job of, I imagine, what was it, Soundanos?
Yeah, I just called him Sound.
Okay.
But yeah, whatever. It's all chill.
Soundanos, to delay that as much as possible. It seems as one of the few roamers. Actually, no, there's a player up in washrooms, trapped by themselves with no rotate available. It should be a death box, but the attackers are passive, and Kovac swings out, takes it, meets up with Sound, off you swing, crawl back into that open site. Gorgeous. I mean, job done.
Lovely, yeah, and that just shows you what Pika's advantage does in this game. You can be holding that kind of passive angle, but the problem is you're really overexposing yourself sitting right in front of those pipes. At least give yourself a bit of cover. I mean, to be fair to him, Kovac absolutely nailed that swing with an instant headshot, but at least if you're a bit more visibly hidden, you'd have a better chance at winning that, just holding the angle. Being so close, it doesn't put you in a good situation. So, Gady knows better. Gady will learn, but for the time being, Gady is dead.
Well, Gady clearly knew there was somebody in that position,
Yeah.
and then there was no pinch. There was no other player around, despite the fact the rest of the team were on that floor. Rather disappointing teamwork from Ludens. Not quite quick enough, not quite aggressive in the right moments, despite the fact that obviously they rushed the last round. That was more of a pre-planned quick play. This time they got to think on their feet. Just a little stall here from Ludens, selling lemonade at 50p a pop, just kidding, from them as they piece together their new plan of attack. What do? Focus on the verticals? They need some clearance of the first floor. If Deviants are sitting slightly out of the sight with these 5 men, they will get pinched, they will get caught off right in the posterior.
So, Duck. Oh, God! It's
I
blown
think Jump
sky
was
high.
a better command there.
Yeah, not Duck. That doesn't save you. And suddenly, the man running the stand downstairs in Dumfries has found himself a tasty little kill. So yeah.
Don't you dare.
Pop goes to Duck.
Don't you dare.
I will.
5 versus 3 for Deviants. They're in a very strong position. 15 seconds remain. Still players outside of the site. Well, thankfully dropping for the attacking side. They've pitched off 1 over by Brownstairs, but Magpie still constantly comfortable in this position. No, Geoboot is nowhere near the site. He can't get a plant down. They need 4 kills in quick succession.
Oh,
There's
maybe he
2.
can.
They're rushing into sight, but no. Dumfries is there. Momentary hope garnered and then completely dispensed with at the hands of the Mute.
Very nice spray there. There was a moment, I don't know if you heard me shout it, I was like, oh, maybe they can get a plant down. There's actually an opening towards the site. It would have taken some doing, certainly. But no, Deviants very convincingly waddle away with that round.
They didn't get any grapes. Well,
No.
you know, they can ferment their grapes and quit their whining, because they'll be moving right on in to the next round with a brand new sense of how it is. You can't let this, sour the whole occasion. You need to keep clicking on. They want to improve their win record, as you mentioned, from the previous game, where they didn't really rock it too hard on the attack, relying maybe a bit too much on the defense. This time it can't be the case. You want to take at least 2 here.
Yeah. So, I was going to tell a really funny joke there, but I can't remember it. Never mind. Let's move on. It will come to me. In about 4 rounds, I'll call back to this round, and that'll be perfect. That'll be fine. Yeah. Okay. So for the time being, we're back upstairs, back on the top floor of the bar, and like we said, this was the place where we saw that false start. Really, really not much going for the Ludens when immediately at the start of the round they just get swung on by Sandown, who really shouldn't have won the fight he did, but he did, and that just completely stunted the whole attack. So Ludens will hope to get some sort of opening pick here. Their roam clear was sound, honestly. The way that we saw KK sweep in through that middle floor and pick off Magpie at one point was pretty nice. I would like to see them try and attempt that to gain an early advantage, to make sure that they're not threatened by any sort of C4 plays, for instance, from beneath. Spack and Kovac do have the option of lurking around inside of mining and dining, just looking for an opportunity to explode from beneath. It looks like there is a kind of duality to this push from the Ludens. They've got a couple stationed outside of White Stairs, maybe waiting for an early peek. They might want to try baiting this out, send a couple of repels. There we go, perfectly done. The repel sound from Geoboot is enough to feed Benji that kill. So, lovely stuff. And Magpie trying to grab something sparkly out of the air, but he's caught with a bullet in his head.
Not a place you want to find yourself in every day, but there you go. Ludens, they're in a strong position now with that man advantage. I think that the single man loss earlier on the first round attempt of this attack made a bigger difference than we might have realized earlier on. This time with the advantage, they can split that extra man. They can do the same mid-round, late-round push over by East, but with support as well from the opposite side. As you said, maybe have a player over by their skylight. They can afford to do that now if they don't lose too many men right here. KK's trying to find one for himself over on the East window. An obvious repel. He's keeping his line right on the middle, just so everybody knows he is sitting there waiting to kill you. It's quite an intimidating, threatening play. The time is ticking on. He can't really do much from that position if nobody's forcing the defenders to move.
I'm a big fan of this attacking lineup, though. They have every tool at their disposal they need to dismantle this setup, but they're leaving it quite late. We see Gady, with only about 70 seconds left, putting down his second Rotero drone, and this will be sent in the direction of that Pixel shield. Plenty of throwables to burn out ADSs. The mute jammers may be placed well, but we will see whether this shield is able to survive it. Nope, there it goes. Good use of that drone. In fact, I believe that was a nade that took that out. Either way, they've cleared it, so that is step one. Step two is trying to advance through piano safely. No one at the moment sitting on that piano shield as a defender, so this is free real estate for the attackers, and they've maybe dodged a bullet here that should have been sent their way. Spack is left alone here inside of piano, and nicely placed C4 will rip through Benji, but it's not quite enough to finish him off. He does have the shotgun in pocket, but the nade sent his way will be his undoing. A good response from White Stairs as Soundowner finally gets back into a meaningful position and finds one pushing against him. 4 versus 3 in favour of Ludens, but time not on their side. The angle's being held against them. Ludens get one, but Soundowner responds with another. Duck finds one, but Soundowner with a triple on the round. Jobu trying to set the diffuser down. KK is there with the cover. This diffuser will probably go down successfully. He can't quite see it. It's being set further down behind the bar. KK is there with the angle from afar. It's just about enough to make sure that Ludens gain a second attacking round in this half.
Ace or bust, a bit too much to ask from the Rooney in that round. It's always too much to ask of anyone, particularly. Deviants, they don't take the round. Ludens get the second that they certainly wanted. It's good enough from this point, but if you want that win, you've got to keep pushing on. Get yourselves in the lead would be a really good place to be. They've been trailing / even most of the way through. Got to show that they mean business here as we reattempt bar and cocktail. Deviants, they were actually tested that time, so we have a bit more to dive on into in this particular instance. It was still a bit too slow from Ludens, but suddenly, as soon as they cleared Pixel, all the defenders just gave up most of the angles they were holding, and the open setup started to work against them.
And you can see how important it was, because that was exactly why they completely gave up in the first round. They weren't able to effectively clear Pixel. And it just surprises me that there wasn't any defender sitting inside a freezer using that shield. Why have the utility there if it's not going to be held? I mean, it's not like he was under any sort of threat in that position. It was just left. It was abandoned, and it meant that the player of Spack on Pixel was alone. And he did a fantastic job by himself, quite honestly, to stay in that position and stay alive. But it was only really a matter of time, and the nade sent his way was very well placed. The retake from Deviants could have been enough, but yeah, I feel like they gave a little bit too much up to the Ludens without fighting for it. So they will know that, they'll understand that, and I think that if they just readjust their positioning in this round, they should find a bit more success.
I'm trying to see. There's very little that's differing from the previous attacks and defenses in terms of lineups in any way. The setups look the same. If it plays out the same way, at the moment it looks like Ludens might be the ones taking a round away at this point. We need to see some sort of adjustment from Deviants this time around. They've not opted for really much in terms of the vertical play. When Magpie was taken out on the roam on the first round, that was the only attempt they did at any sort of play underneath. I think this time they may be better served by maybe sending Kovac to such an area. Duck has naded himself somewhere, somehow, whatever it is. Dear me.
That's an oof.
He's not found a new way of living, but he's found a new way of dying. I'll complete the West Side Story reference.
Wow. That has completed me.
Thank you.
In every possible way. You heard it here first. Do you want to hear my joke?
Go on.
So it is related to the grapes that we were talking about.
Yes.
Marvin Gaye used to keep a sheep in my vineyard. He'd heard it through the grapevine.
Wow, that's very specific. Keep me going, Jerry. You're on a roll.
I'm really not. I prefer to be on a roll when we're down on the bakery, but right now we're on the bar, and Gady will take a lot of damage from the lovely one pump of Spack, but he's found by Benji. Good cover being provided by the Yana. Sandanos is in position to offer support, but now that his partner in crime has been taken down, he has to fall back. This whole position has been forgone. Benji with the nades is doing so much work this round. The Yana. Dumfries does finally shut down one, and Gady will go down in response. Dumfries, what is going on? I'm so confused. We got a 3 versus 1. Make it a 2 versus 1 as Sounddowners almost finds it, but getting a bit aggressive up bar is unfortunately not the play to prolong your life. And that is yet another attacking round. It looks like Luden's finally piecing together things on this top floor.
Well, Jerry, in bakery fashion, a sumptuous tri-layered bake glazed in a rich caramel and Belgian chocolate finish, $7.99, a piece of cake for the attacking side. And it might be a rocky road back for the defense here, because wins look quite far away from them. It's been some time since we've seen a convincing performance. These top floor attacks, now that Ludens have warmed up to this style of play, it's looking so much better for them, and it's hard to see too much of a way back. Gladly, the switch is coming soon for Deviants, and maybe they have a bit more to offer up on the attack.
Deviants have been a little bit soft in the middle, a little bit gooey for me, a little bit underbaked. Call it what you like, but either way, for the time being, we are a man down. But thankfully, I think the player on Deviants, he's not just a plain player. He is a self-raising player, so he will be able to get back here with good time. In good time, hopefully. We may end up coming back to our faces for a little bit, depending on whether our producer wants to bother to do that or not. It's entirely up to him. So we will see. But for the time being, is there anything we can read into with this setup? Kitchen. It looks fairly standard, to be quite honest with you. There's very little to say.
No, I mean, there's no reason to believe there'd be anything different. What?
I have a point that I wanted to make about the setup that the attackers took on that last round.
Go ahead.
They had such a good lineup, honestly. The Flores, coupled with the destruction that you get from the nades on Sledge and Yana, and then the Flores also brings his own throwables. He's got those stun grenades. Nomad has stun grenades. They had so much soft destruction, so much, like, throwable utility, and the ace just to provide any hard breach that they needed. But he can also double up as a soft breach. So every single operator had some way of dealing with a shield. That is the best kind of redundancy you can have on that top floor. The only real concern is that if the ace gets picked off first, then you don't have a hard breach. But
of course,
you can work without that. So I really, really liked that, and Jobu played his, he protected his own life quite well. And
I think it just shows smart adjustment from Ludens, because it's what they struggled with the first round in particular as well, because they were so slow and inefficient. They brought the perfect lineup to deal with that, and also they realized these open setups from the defenders that they are a bit too overly passive on. You see SPAC often sitting in washrooms with a very tight angle, just waiting to be naded. Like he probably contest that ever so slightly more. Not quite getting enough kills in that position as maybe he should. Always a risky fight with so many players looking at you, but maybe just have a player in support and play a slightly different setup. Either way, not working out for Deviants.
I think it's just a case of self-confidence, right? You've got to have someone in that position that wants to take the gunfights and can feel confident, like, maybe not overdoing it, because obviously that can be a bit of a liability, but someone that knows that if they're, hitting their shots, they can just peek up from the pickle shield and kill someone that's on rappel. Like, that is the kind of playmaker you need that's there. Someone that the attackers are actually scared of, because that in itself wastes time. And I think over the course of these rounds on the top floor, Ludens have learned not to be scared of that hold. They've approached it with pure confidence. Sometimes they've just been walking across piano completely uncontested, and that shouldn't be allowed. I think Deviants can, they can have a bit more self-belief, but thankfully they have decided that the top floor maybe isn't their best hope, and they're going back down to the kitchen for their final defensive round.
Well, I'm hoping to see something slightly different from the defensive side. I mean, it was very good anyway on their last attempt. It looked only hopeful for a moment. It was a bit of a crazy one with Ludens leaving it too late. They might be the team who need to adjust a bit. The best thing about that round in general was Kovac's early roam. He was not dealt with well enough at all from Ludens. Despite the Geminis they're bringing along all this, didn't quite use them correctly. No pinching within the top floor to worry any of these roaming players. This time, nobody on the third floor, maybe just lingering underneath. Yeah, Sound in close support. I think by himself, actually, by the looks of it. which is risky and almost caught off. His heels just clipped at by Benji, but doesn't manage to trip him.
He's got them snipping around his feet right now, and he's inside of reading. Just a soft wall really separating him and another, but Benji's getting very close to this door. I don't think he realizes quite how close he is to the Roma, but he will take the fight on Saldanos, but he has been hitting his shots today with this Roni. Another head claimed by the Aruni, and going 5-2 as it stands, although I think there may have been a soft reset of some of those stats. Still on the hunt, Ludens. They have a fair amount of control established up top, but Gady needs a few more numbers by his side. Jobu will drop to reading door to assist with this pinch, but again, there's one inside of reading, and Kovac will claim him. That is just negligence right there. They're all too split up here, Ludens. They need to bunch up, try and play for these refrags, because right now, Kovac and Soundownos are getting away with bloody murder on this middle floor. Duck finally silences him, but they still haven't dealt with Kovac. Is he even still here? Has he fled? It looks like he's fighting from the corner. KK will finally claim his life, but with 34 seconds left, it's only Duck and KK left to execute onto 3 defenders on the bottom floor, and nothing has been done. No soft destruction, no hard breach. Everyone is just waiting. They've got ADSs, they've got shields. Smoke canisters are coming up to impair this entire push. The nade comes through, but it's not good enough, Duck. You're taken down. It's all up to KK. 1 versus 3. Coming down red stairs. Position known. The swing comes from Dumfries, and as easy as you like, Deviants will seal out their half with a 3-3 split.
Wow. Very good defending. It was they played into their strengths. They've had a really good time whenever they've actually bothered to roam. The opposition of Ludens hasn't warmed up to it in the slightest, and they won't get any more chance to deal with it until the next map, unless it goes to overtime, which currently we might actually be looking towards, as it's a 3-3 split. But Ludens, they are notoriously and historically slightly better at the defensive side here on Cafe, as generally you do ever so slightly expect. They obviously were watching yesterday's game, in which Combat Wombats played more Clash and they won. However, this time switching off, which doesn't count, Benji, you silly boy.
Yeah, that's not fair. You put Ebak's hopes up like that, and then you bring them crashing back down with a boring old Goyo pick. Come on. Be a bit more exciting than that. Anyway, let's have a look back at that half, because Ludens, they can be very, very happy with it. Like you said, they are not accustomed to getting too many attacking rounds, at least not in recent memory, on Cafe, so a 3-3 split is fantastic for them. They have every chance of sealing this out in regulation if they continue to perform. And I'm already seeing signs of a team that are slightly more proficient at defending this top floor. See, for instance, the reverse pixel shield. Now, for those not quite in the know, putting a shield backwards like that gives you a bit of an advantage, because it means you can get right up close to those mirror slits and have a slightly bigger window of sight towards your opponents. It's a nice little tech that not many people employ.
But it feels wrong.
It does feel wrong, because it feels like you're giving a shield to your opponent. But they're exactly the same, whether they're backwards or forwards, unless, of course, they have those Vulcan canisters on the sides of them, and that is what Benji is bringing. So his ones will certainly be facing the right way. I can guarantee that.
Yeah, well, hopefully their strategies aren't backwards for this game. Ludens on the defensive side, they've shown enough, I think, with their attacking that they have their wits about them. It's just whether they can execute it well, because it's all 50-50. I mean, the round difference, the round split tells you pretty much everything at this point. Not much to separate either team's good and strong points for both. The utility from Deviants is starting to come into play. There is a lot to burn down. This team from Ludens screams delay in every single way imaginable. They are trying to slow down Deviants as much as possible and hope they have the same problems that they had themselves on the attack. And right now, the Ace, he's not quite getting to work on that wall, because he is currently very much denied by the mute of Giobu. With players lingering underneath as well, there's a lot going for this defensive side as we get into the second minute.
Wondering how efficiently that mute jammer can be cleared. Lurking beneath, as you say, is Duck. He's got this nice little punch hole. Perhaps a little bit obvious if he gets droned out, but I mean, you can always move away once that's happened. The mute jammer is cleared away, but Kovac immediately faced with another one as his Gemini is stopped dead in its tracks. Soundownos providing a little bit of eastern pressure, or southern pressure, I should say. I do like to see this, getting on the rappel, sending in some flashes to make sure that the player around Bathroom is not going to sit comfortably, not going to be able to swing this corner quite as freely as they may like. The flashes are coming through, timed with, I think, probably some nades to try and remove this shield, but no one is really in position. You can see Benji sitting below, is that?
Yes,
He's got the C4
and
ready.
that's why.
There it is.
Dear me, takes down Kovac vertically. The sort of thing that I think Deviants needed on their defense. And the other thing is having support for the Washrooms player. He has a shield with this open setup. He's aware of SPAC. Bobs his head very, very close. Nades as bait, but he won't fall for it right now. Duck is sitting comfortable in that position as well. Only momentarily. Down he goes. Very smart from the Buck. Takes him down. 35 seconds remain. Man count equalized. Breach is opened towards this plant position. It's still even Stevens for both teams.
An opportunity to plant trash, but they do have plenty of open bars as the defenders have set it up. SPAC pushing forward. Dumfries does manage to find Benji, who is returning from that roam. And right now, attackers have white control. With 20 seconds left, they can start to mount a push. They just need to try and deny any sort of contesting onto their planter. Jobu will find one, but SPAC gets the refrag immediately. Smoke comes out to deny the planter, but Soundownos finds one, and now it's all up to KK. The Smoke left alone. SPAC and Toe hunting him, whips out the shotgun, can't land any of the shots on the crouch walking Ash, and Soundownos eventually has enough bullets in the mag to take down the Smoke. So close. In another world, in another universe, you could see the Smoke absolutely winning that.
Yes, certainly. That was very, very close. A make or break moment there. Did not go in the way of Ludens. I'm still perplexed as to how SPAC won that fight. He was using the barbed wire to get the player on East to peek him intentionally, baiting the over-aggression. I don't think the defender necessarily needed to do that at that point. It was a bit too over-aggressive, and the fact that you lose it on the swing there, probably something you don't want to be happening, especially when he has the cross coverage for the final player remaining inside of the bar, who can also stop the plant. I think that was probably the biggest moment of that round right there, as well as that incredible versatility from the ace mid-round, taking out Benji through the floor angles, returning from that roam earlier on. Very smart. Lots of individual moments from Deviants to show that they have something about them here on the attacking side.
That is quite nice. I didn't pick up on that little detail. There was so much intel going in favour of Ludens that round that I'm surprised that they didn't read into the sort of full directionality of that push. It seemed as though, I believe it was SPAC, was kind of just allowed to push up white stairs constantly. Whereas if you have two Evil Eyes and a deployable camera, you should, I think that you should be devoting at least one of those to white, like that area, and just allowing someone to be able to do the same sort of thing that you would if you had a clash, say, at the top of white. Just give them that intel. You know, usually by that point, if the attackers are there, they've taken at least one life. Have someone sit on that camera and just tell you when to swing. Like, it's almost a free kill.
Bring the clash this time, Benji. No, I'm just joking. Anyway, he can do what he wants. He's been enjoying quite a lot of the roles today with that current everything. 2 KD sitting on. He's having a great time. Rest of the team, not so much. A little bit kill dependent, a little bit top heavy with him and KK on the team. And it's a similar story for the opposition. So at the moment, it's a matter of, you know, keeps Sound alive late on, maybe even a bit of Dumfries, and Deviants might win the round. Of course, SPAC with the big moment. So
Dumfries has had Dumfries has had some very quiet games this season, and it's really good to actually see him put up the numbers this time, because I swear every single time I've seen him, I expect so much of him because I've seen a lot of him in the past. And yeah, now he's actually delivering. Now he's performing that hard breach role, but with the fragging capability that we know is, you know, in his arsenal, that is his ability. So yeah, Soundownos as well does deserve that credit. And he for me has been the standout player so far. Every single round that has just been won single-handedly has been done by this man. So Benji picking him up is a massive early pick with no refragability. Maybe Deviants resting a little bit too heavily on their star player. They're expecting him to do all the work for them. Now they're going to have to do it all without him.
Momentarily, he shares the crown of the top killer so far in the game. Long way still to go, but Benji's had a good say within this round already. An inventive roam. He's going for an equally inventive C4, but it's completely lackluster. No. Gives his position away. He's pinched from the side and above. Down he goes. Great play from SPAC to work with the rest of his his team. Man count equalized. 1 minute remains. I'm loving this roaming clear from Deviants. They seem to be so much better at either being aware of it and not dealing with it immediately, in a way that Ludens would... Well, not sure what quite happened there, but either way, they should be getting rid of this shield nice and quick. There we go, finally. 40 seconds remain for this execute, and it's a similar position to the last round.
I'm out. Gotta reload.
Instead of being flamed out of Bathroom there by the destruction of the Goyo shield, it's a bit of a, you know, poison chalice, those shields, because it does mean that once they're gone, you really can't stick around and contest it. Back again with this push up white, but there is someone on the stairs, but he's already made his way into Bathroom, so he's got that protection. Just holding the rotate right now. He doesn't really need to do much here. If he knows one is inside of Freezer, all he has to do is make sure that they can't swing out. Gyobu timing his swing to perfection, though, and Duck will take Spack down as well. Dumfries, though, is sticking the diffuser, but Duck will find him as well. Magpie now left fighting against all 3 remaining players with only a few seconds left. Gaily will seal it with the Alder from range, and is as easy as you like, and that is a defensive victory, finally going the way of Ludens. We continue this back and forth streak as we are tied 4-4.
It can't be separated in any way. I'm not quite sure what it is that is the difference. And especially, I think that round is a perfect example. We got to the 30 second mark with equal man count, very similar ground taken by attackers in very similar positions sitting in with defenders. But it was a completely different split when it came to the execute. What was the difference there for Ludens this round?
I feel as though part of it comes down to Soundownos losing that one very early without any response from the attackers, but you could see that that didn't really hamper them too much going into the final bit. Honestly, I feel like the biggest impact kill in that was the peek up from White to deny Sounddown, or deny Spack rather, on his push, because suddenly it became a very one-directional push. Once he's gone, there's nothing, and it could have happened potentially if the plant had gone down on the radar, but Ludens had that top floor set up so nicely. You could see how they devoted a lot of time during the setup phase to destroying as much of those bars as possible. So the Alder and the Carbine at range from the back of Cocktail could do all of the work in the world. It was really just a firing range. They really do make that top floor an absolute no man's land that it kind of has always been, but now that you can destroy those bars, it's even more deadly. So yeah.
Yes. I'm getting a combat wombats feeling from Ludens right now. They seem to be observing what their opposition does when they lose that last round, repeat it and win it by addressing that point directly. They lost out of the round because of Spack moving over by White. So they have a player moving up White late to flank around and take out anyone in that position, and that was the difference. Early round though, an immediate backwards trade from the previous round. Benji, he got the better of Sound, and now complete opposite.
This duel is coming to define the game. And Sound with that one has also put himself onto double digits, so he beats Benji. Oh yeah, if only we could just, you know, push in some music. That would be great. Producer, do you happen to have the Phantom of the Menace soundtrack on? That'd be really
doesn't?
Really nice. If you don't have it as like a ringtone at this point, you're trolling. But yeah. So top floor control, very soundly in. Oh wow, that was a nice transition. I don't. Jesus. Heads up to our observer there. That was beautiful. The Yana hologram becoming Soundownos. Oh, chef's kiss. Speaking of chef's kiss, there's a kitchen defense.
Fungus,
already...
isn't it, today?
Yeah, we got Fungus on.
Yeah.
My boy. Do love his movie posters. Oh man, that like made
very good.
My week.
Worth a follow.
So
nice. What's his Twitter?
I think it's just that Fungus Brewis. Follow this guy. He makes all the best stuff.
Very enjoyable content, and that being provided to us as well by Dumfries, finding an extra kill, putting all the Deviants fans in the happy camp. Great advantage to use. Still need to move on and execute, but all the signs are there that you can play this refrag-wise all the way through. You can time it out very comfortably. You have the vertical control, very little contention, especially as there's only one C4 remaining. Sorry, no C4s remaining because Gaddy's actually brought impacts, so not great.
No, not ideal, certainly. And Dumfries has enough time to try and get this wall open. I don't believe there's anyone denying from VIP, so this is quite easy. It is jammed, but they have the people above to shoot out those jammers, so those Selmas are only going to be delayed for a small matter of time.
Well, that's all they have, though. They're going to run out of time soon. I mean, even with the 3 men versus 5, I mean, a quick double kill from one of these defenders can swing the round immediately. We've already seen it on defenses of this site already, just not necessarily on these sides. And Spack is the one to make the impactful kill. Takes it to a 2 versus 5. Surely not salvageable here for not Deviants, sorry, Ludens, as the plant is stuck very comfortably. Vertical angles, surely just a matter of time.
The whiff of a defender there, and Soundanos will gobble it up. Jobu does find Spack in this retake attempt, but now his position completely known. He's got hellfire from above and all sides. It's the freezer player that will take him down in Kovac. Taking down the diffuser and holding it in the post plant. Very, very nicely done, and that was about as convincing as you would like from the attacking side of Deviants. They push themselves ahead. We're going to round 10. Ludens, they do have the option of going back down to the kitchen. They will take that option, but they need to address the loss on the roam, because that was really what had them reeling in that round.
5-4 advantage now for Deviants. We return to kitchen service and kitchen cooking. Obviously, you know, the way that this game has worked so far is Ludens see what happens on that round, and then they adjust and figure it out, try and win it back the second one. Will we get the first separation, maybe 2-round advantage for any of these teams? I just don't feel like it. The precedent is so well established that I don't think we're going to get anything else. They've at least mixed up the operators ever so slightly. They bring along the Legion as well, which I like as a nice addition within this team. They're going to need, I think, just a little bit more roaming presence. Deviants were so strong in that regard, holding off their opposition, but they themselves have been very good at clearing the roam on the top floor, especially dealing with anything, or bypassing it and then taking them out later. Ludens, I think this map, the difference literally just could be time-wasting ability with roamers.
It could be. It absolutely could be. The opening duel as well between Sound and Benji has been pretty defining for a lot of these rounds. At least the past couple, whoever's won that has won the round eventually. So just taking one of these players off the board and having that man advantage going forward is really pivotal in a game where it is defined by these very close final moments. It makes all the difference having a man extra or a man less. Trying again on this bottom floor. A lot of intel this time around. You've got 2 deployable cameras coming down and the denial from the mute to sort of swing that, intel in your favor, that intel game. I want to see an early pick. I just want drama. That's all I want back in life. I just want to see fighting. I'm a man of war.
Oh dear. Jerry Man of War. Be your kind of new, what's it?
I'm not a jellyfish nor am I Portuguese, but I will take it.
But, well, we'll see what Ludens can offer up roam-wise. It doesn't seem like too much. There is a player lingering by Sound here whose drop might have been heard. I'm not sure who that was. It was Duck. I think he's backed off the VIP. So, first floor spread at the very least. Deviants have been very quick to drone this out and make sure it's quite comfortable. Take the ground. Very good. It's positive to see, but they will still need to flush out anyone on the first floor, which neither team has managed to do very effectively. I think one of the main issues for Ludens during that last round was that they actually didn't hold on to some of these positions as long as possible. They actually backed off a bit too early when they didn't need to necessarily. They've allowed the vertical control to take place, but thankfully the players on the outside will keep them comfortable. There's no need for anyone to really move out of too many power positions. So Deviants will be tested in terms of rushing on into the first floor.
Ludens did find themselves a cropper of a very nice pick from Dumfries in that last round as well, which we did highlight the moment that the Sledge opened up the floor and he immediately followed up with a kill directly into Coffee. That was huge. That took it from a 5 versus 4 to a 5 versus 3. So, like you said, I want to see Ludens sort of evacuate the site, hold these extended positions. That's what we're seeing. Duck does have himself stationed inside of VIP, and he's really going to be the first cog that needs to be removed from this machine that's working like clockwork on this bottom floor. Ludens do have the contention though, and that is an easy pickup for Dumfries. No shield really to protect him, and I'd much prefer to see a smoke or someone in that position, someone who can protect themselves, stall out that white swing, and actually do something about it. Dumfries going to shoot out the C4. Very nicely done by this hard support, who's having a whale of a game. Magpie has control of red stairs. 20 seconds left. Still some pieces of Luden scattered around the map, namely this player sitting inside of Bakery. Magpie turning away, maybe his undoing, but Spack has found himself in sight. Is taken out by Gady. Doesn't stop the player sticking to plant. Dumfries is going to stay on it. Gady found on the cross by Kovac. All up to Jobu now, and this is going to be a really tough task for the Mute. Only about 15 HP. Has to get something. Can't land the shots at Rage. It's Kovac once again playing a pivotal role in the dying seconds of that round, who will seal it out for the attackers.
Wow. A very, very nice execute. Losing the players on the extension on the east side was just a bit too much for Ludens. They didn't have any strength within the site. They keep losing these site fights down in Kitchen. Very unfortunate for them. They just don't seem to have the edge, attack or defense. I'm not sure quite what it is. Some of these engagements really not working out for them. Bar and Cocktail they're opting for instead. Finally, we have a 2-round separation, and what a great bit of timing from Deviants as well, because now they're on match point. All they need is that little one more. Ludens need to also break their curse and take 2 back themselves if they want to push it to overtime, which still does seem somewhat likely, but they need to win on another site or 2. I'm not feeling too comfortable with their defenses on any site other than this top floor right now.
Yeah, they've only won that half the time so far. Obviously a small sample size, we've only seen it twice. But like you said, Deviants couldn't have picked a better time to put a bit of daylight between themselves and Ludens. They now have a couple of chances to see it out in regulation and force us all the way to Consulate, which I believe was their map pick as well. So this is, just a reminder, Ludens' map pick. In theory, we should be seeing them win it. We've seen them be fantastic on defense here in the past. Maybe it's bans, maybe it's just the matchup in particular, but only 1 out of 4 so far, and they need to be perfect to, at minimum, push this to overtime. So this is going to be a tough one for them, no doubt about it. Look at this setup, though. We're seeing Goyo sort of wondering now where to put these shields, because he brought them, and typically when you have that shield, you want to put it in a kind of open piano setup, but both those walls reinforced means that he's actually got it facing towards Shaiko, which is an interesting place, to be honest. I don't think we've seen any instance from either of these teams where they want to push from that new hatch. It's all been very much focused on taking bar from control and trying to get a plant down by trash. So unusual positioning of that Goyo shield. We'll see if it gets value. It's certainly safe because it's got that wall protecting it, but of course Kovac scouting out beneath, and we could see, for instance, this, or even the nades on the Yana do some work removing it from beneath.
Yes, I'm loving this. Geminis and drones working in tandem to figure out exactly where Ludens are sitting. No super extension players hanging around the bottom floor or anything of the like, which is a bit of a surprise given the Jackal ban that you won't be caught off as obviously by something like that. It's a little bit saddening to see, but some very basic roaming here from Ludens. They have the 1 player located underneath. Not really punishing their opposition like we saw Kovac doing the verticality on Deviant's defenses. We won't be getting any of the sort from Duck in that position. He just doesn't have the this technical capability with the utility. Deviant's halfway through the round, though. It is the clock is ticking down pretty quickly, and not too much done yet. These teams both like exploding into life very suddenly around this point on these attacks, especially.
They certainly do. Lots of bodies on the defense stacked towards that southern side, trying to protect White Hallway for as long as possible. Getting stunned out a little bit by that Evil Eye, but it will remain in place. Dumfries now sitting on about half HP, but he's already expended one of his Selmas, and that will be it as Jobu strikes from hell beneath. Duck burns a hole through Magpie as well, but Kovac will find Duck in response, and now we're in 4 versus 3. Spack taking a lot of flack from this Evil Eye behind him. He doesn't know where it's happening. He could die from this as Soundanos does take out Jobu. Fortunately for Deviants, they still have a handle on things. Soundanos is beneath, trying to unsettle these defenders, emptying out that cocktail site. But Spack, he's aware that he can't really move forward. This Evil Eye is so well positioned by Gady. I'm not too sure if we're going to get an opportunity to see exactly where it is, but it's making a real nuisance of itself. Benji also on very low HP, but really the HP advantage stands on the side of Deviants. Or sorry, Ludens on the defense. Kovac looking for an opportunity to pick someone off, but with 15 seconds left, they need something, and they need it now. One inside of Freezer, but they can't do much about it. The full send up white is the call from Deviants. They need to win at least one of these fights, but it's just taking too long. Kovac goes down. The refrag's there from Spack, but he doesn't hold on to the diffuser. A team kill from Soundownos, and Gady will punish him for his crimes against the Deviants. And Ludens, they're holding on. 6-5, evac.
I mean, it was rather lucky for Ludens to some degree. It seemed almost done there. Deviants having certainly an advantage pushing in, trying to take the map to the end, but Ludens somehow squeeze out around. That team kill was very impactful. Meant that the Meister at the end just directing his fire in one particular direction. Didn't have to worry too much. Also, just relying on the clock as well to some degree, quite comfortably. Very, very good. I mean, very good from both sides, to be fair, throughout that round. Lots of positives, but Ludens having the edge. They used their utility very well. Also, early round, I thought it was Duck underneath. It was actually Giobu with potential verticality with the C4, which is a nice adjustment. But he was also winning fights from down there, peeking out towards pillars at the same time. And I love this adjustment as well. We see a first reading attempt. Ludens, they've given up on Kitchen. They clearly just can't do it today. And it's a great time to mix things up, as make Deviants a little bit uncomfortable, unfamiliar with this particular move, not knowing what to expect from their opposition in terms of setup or lineups. And I think Gady will be definitely catching them off with that pulse pick on top of it.
Certainly will. That's a good pick for this site in particular. I feel you've got a couple of C4s to work with. Maybe another one would have been better, but I feel like the philosophy with this top floor defense is differing slightly. No shield to hold on to Cocktail and allow yourself some sort of drop should the pressure come through bar, which is more of a norm when you get these reading defenses. What did you just say?
No, I was just going to say, Ludens in this position, match point against them, they have to keep cool heads. And there's no cooler head than Mr. Pulse down there that they brought along for this final round.
I like it, yeah, of course, shaving his head to make sure that he keeps as low a temperature as possible. Just venting. I know all about that, but yeah.
You would.
It's exactly what I do. I do this for aerodynamism and for cooling. To keep the CPU temperature down, yeah.
Well, we'll see if those strategies definitely work out for you. We'll have to see if they work out for Ludens, if they want to take it to overtime. I mean, it's the only time they've got, after this round at the least, if they want to, get on and win this map. And Spack is putting a bit of a dent in that plan at the very least. Down goes Giobu, some verticality lost, and a bit more. Benji's down as well. 3 players versus 5 for Ludens. A lot of problems already at the start of this round. Thankfully, Duck is there to save things a bit. So much pressure on this East player. Duck gets another. What a great chance for Ludens. They're back to an even count. And the verticality. Gady saves his teammate's life. Duck trapped on the east side. It seemed a matter of time. He gets another. A triple for the Jaeger! He downs it and escapes! Spack can't even get the damage from the repel! What an incredible moment from Duck to pull himself all the way back, and the rest of his team carried on his back.
Playing Duck Duck Goose with the Deviants right there, and he's just taken down 3 in a row with a little bit of assistance from his friend.
Running circles around his opposition.
Literally, yeah. They're all just sat down. They've been completely sat down by him, and now Spack is just taking the tactical timeout. That's it. That's basically round over. He would probably attempt some sort of crazy rush through the site at the end, but I mean, until that happens, we've got, a downtime of about 30 seconds or so while his movements are being completely read into by Gady, by the way. He's the pulse scanning him out constantly beneath. The fire comes up, but really they just need to play this passively. Sit on the site, hold either side of a doorway, make sure that he can't find his way in. Swing does come through from KK, who will put him out of his misery. Overtime. We are going to overtime, or only time. Get your subscriptions in. No pornographic material allowed anymore. Oh wait, no, they reverted that.
What a shame. I'm going to give us that round in haiku. Ludens win the round. They move back to 6-6. Overtime is here.
Can I do one?
Yes, go ahead.
Deviants looked strong. Then Duck just went ham, and now we are at the end.
Oh, well, not
Yeah.
quite, Jerry, but I love the tension at the end of the 7 there. Very good. Got us all ready for that final. Didn't quite stick the landing
If we
necessarily.
can do the rest of the cast in haiku, that would be
Oh, yes, incredible.
Alright,
No,
okay.
definitely not.
I'm gonna try.
Anywho, I'm not quite. I've done rhyming casts before, but I'm not doing haiku.
That
That's
sounds
freaking
much
impossible.
harder. That sounds much harder.
I mean, you just gotta practice. You spend like 3 days in a row just like whenever you're talking to people speaking in rhyme, and then it just becomes second nature.
That sounds quite fun.
And
That would annoy the hell out of my girlfriend. Like,
oh yeah, definitely.
she's the only
Well,
one who lives with me, and it is like I would very much worry about our living situation after a good day and a half.
Positives of being alone. Anywho, overtime. Here we are. Only time, as I like to call it. I'm gonna stick with that for the rest of this game.
I really
like
don't
it.
like that.
And, well, Deviants, they're bringing a mixed lineup. They're bringing something that we saw actually Ludens do a bit more, which is this kind of Flores focus of actually relying again upon this ace quite a bit for any breach potential. But Ludens seem to have got a lot of their defenses now figured out. They finally, both teams, broken the curse of this 1 round back and forth, which is about time because you need 2 at least here. I mean, you don't need them in a row, but you want at least 2 here to take this overtime. And there's very little to separate them. I've seen stuff that could indicate either team is winning here, and a lot of it might come down to the individual moments. A lot of them provided recently by SPAC on Deviant's side and Duck on Ludens.
Sandanos has also been just putting in a shift today. Like he's been nuts. Benji as well. As I say his name, is of course going to die. It is the way.
It is.
It is the way. So sorry for saying your name, Benji. I mean, I couldn't have hated you more in that moment, could I? Very sorry.
Well, Ace, he takes on the role of Anton Debek and presents the defenders with a hole in the wall, but not before Sounds gets a kill. Sorry, it's taken out downstairs. Do you like that one, Jerry?
I love it. I knew exactly where it was going before you even hit that. Oh my goodness me.
One of the most devilish
classic.
ideas I've ever had. But Dumfries also taken down. Problems really here for Ludens. The hole being in the middle of their team, I say, with that 2, I say, God, I sound like I'm from the 50s. Either way, 3-3 is equal.
It's a Kovac kill, you see. SPAC is back on top here, just taking out as much utility as possible with those breaching charges. First one being caught by the ADS. Here we go, a nice clean Rotero drone will appear in our faces as we transition to Kovac's point of view yet again. Ooh. Hologram being taken out very quickly there. SPAC will read into the traces but doesn't go for the swing. Very tense right now. 3 versus 3 still, and they're just hunting for this possibility of a player inside. Oh, sent through very nicely, followed up with a grenade, but it's not cooked long enough, and that does allow Duck to get out of danger's way, and Gady does take out SPAC in the meantime. 3 versus 2 in favor of Ludens on this defense. Red pings coming through for them as well. They have everything going in their favor. It's going to have to be a miracle from Kovac and Magpie as Kovac sends out a Yana hologram to try and do something, gather some intel. Magpie has to land some crazy shots from this position. He's just free-peeking constantly. He can't get anything though.
No.
Ludens are being passive. That's what you want. Finally, Gady stands up and takes that Magpie. It will be a win on time. They don't need all the kills. They hold this advantage going into what could be the final round.
And quite importantly, 3 rounds in a row from Ludens, really getting some momentum together. As we've seen them do quite a lot this season, when they get on a bit of a roll, they are very hard to stop. But now they are back on the attacking side. They did do a decent effort, but it was back and forth. It was unpredictable and relatively unreliable on top of that. Deviants, they have loved this first floor defense, and Ludens will probably have to return to reading, you imagine, for their next attempt. So now's probably the time to make sure that they change things around and actually win out a kitchen site. It's going to be a tough ask. Deviance's roam has been the difference. We keep saying it because it keeps being true, and it keeps being something that they can't deal with, Ludens, on this attack. They have brought, again, the Iana. They've got to make sure they use those Geminis properly. Take a leaf out of, take a page out of, I don't know, just listen to and look at what Deviants have been doing and pay attention. What is the phrase? Take a page out of their book. Why am I saying leaf?
I mean, it could be a leaf. It works as, like, leaf is a synonym for page, right? So,
yeah, I think, I don't know.
I've heard it both ways.
Yeah.
But the thing that surprises me is that we haven't seen more reading defenses from Ludens in particular, because they were really struggling with the kitchen. So, yeah, they did eventually get that one reading defense, with Duck just going absolutely nuclear. But, yeah, Deviants, they've been far more comfortable on this bottom floor. The one round, notwithstanding, where we saw the immediate rush through prep and there was a disconnect. So, again, like we said, the asterisk over that. Looks as though Ludens may have said, though, you know, even 5v5, we can best you with this approach, depending on how the setup is. I don't see a red silhouette inside of mining.
No.
Default Cam does spot the push, however. They need to make sure that they're not flanked and deal with the wedding player, but they can't. Dumfries is there, swinging out of prep. He just meets it head on and says no. 5 versus 4 now, and this attack completely read into. The defenders do have an excellent chance here, as Ludens have kind of forced themselves into a horrible situation.
Oh, they are relatively free to leave at any time, readjust. They are putting a lot of effort on this because they've identified we can't really deal with Deviant's roam on this site. We're not going to. Let's just ignore it, focus on breach and go standard, set some nomad jabs and hope that we can somehow get a plant down. Deviants, they are ready for it. They've seen it on the second round. They've decided we are not dealing with it whatsoever. They are spread across the first floor, and as soon as anybody peeks their head round towards Small Bakery / the corridor, they could be in trouble. Right now, not really the case. Gady actually quite comfortable wandering around that area, as Magpie wasn't quite in position or playing aggressively enough. He's playing it very passive, maybe waiting for a breach over onto the side of the site, whatever it is. Time is about halfway in the round. That's not too bad for Ludens. Still very close, could go either way.
Absolutely. Still no support from above, which is surprising. KK does look to be trying to claim this ground, but it's not being held by the attackers, or by the defenders. They have those holes in place, but that silhouette of Soundownos, that's not inside the train. That's on the bottom floor. They are droning it out right now. They can see that it's empty. Ludens, they thought they had a handle on this. They thought they could go for the rush, and they saw these holes and they've been completely baited by them. At least now this means that they can work the angles of their own creation. But Duck just missing a few too many shots there. Soundownos only tickled by the L8. Kovac takes out Jobu. No more hard breach. Thankfully, the Ace's work was done, but 3 versus 5 for Ludens. This is looking dire, as we are very likely to see round 15. Kovac trying to get a flank going, maybe a little bit over-aggressive. Does give KK and Ludens some hope going forward with only a man disadvantage now, but 30 seconds left to execute evac. Gady only just pushing down white stairs now. They're disconnected. Deviants are whole. They are resolute. How can Ludens do this?
Well, the positive is that there's only the coat check player remaining. There's no VIP presence as there usually is in this position. That has been probably the make or break with a lot of these attacking rounds. They only just realized it, though. There's no breach and they haven't cleared coat check. Down goes Duck, left to KK and Gaddy. And surely, as Gaddy's down, KK will be the last to fall. He takes one remaining. The clock will actually be his death now. We move, of course. I mean, we've seen a lot of rounds actually start to be back and forth, or in a row, actually, during the end of this game. But finally we come back to an even split. 7-all for round 15, the final round of the game. Who's going to take Cafe? I mean, it's a coin toss, surely.
The Deviants were truly devious in that round. They had Ludens chasing ghosts for the whole thing. They thought, oh, there's holes in prep. There must be someone inside of train. Let's drone it out and send some bodies in there. They get there? What? Oh, there's no one here. Okay.
I don't know. I actually think it might have been a smarter play from Ludens in that regard, because they pushed direct and they made any Deviants players back off the site and be ready for a rush, and then they back off and go upstairs once it's clear. I think that might have been more their play than the opposition, but either way, it didn't actually work out in their favor.
Well, technicalities aside, I'm trying to draw a narrative here, Ebac. They chased ghosts. They went down to
Yes,
30 and
that
did
was
the exact
very good.
same thing, right? Like, they ended up in the last 20 seconds of the round dual peeking an empty room. Like, you can't be doing that.
Either way, they'll be sitting here white as a sheet with fear looking towards this final round because, I mean, we spoke, I mean, Gaddy is about keeping that cool head. It was pretty tense at the 6-5 split, but here they come again, everything on the line for Ludens. And, I mean, he got a very impactful kill in support of Duck, but Duck was the main player the last round, sitting on East, undid everything that Deviants threw at them. Other than that, there were some danger signs with Spat getting that early double. This is... You think when you get to this point in a game, you might have something to separate the teams based on history or current form. Nothing.
Yeah, it could go either way. And I mean, Ludens right now, well, they're hoping to be the authors of their own ghost story. Not goose story. That would be if Duck was winning. In fact, Duck is winning, if that works. I've drawn myself around into a ducktail, if you will. So we are about to witness the DuckTales by R.L. Stein as they bring us to reading. And hopefully they can write themselves into the history books here with, well, I mean, it would be a pretty boring history book, to be quite frank. It's a best of one. This is map 1. The best of 3 is map 1. Duck is still up here, though. DuckTales, how am I bringing that back in? I don't know. To the moon.
Give it up.
I'm giving up now.
Let's move on. There are 2 minutes left in this game, bar any plant heroics late on in the game. We've not seen it get to that point in previous rounds. A lot of work done on this top floor, as you usually expect on a reading defense. Ludens, they put a lot of utility towards this position, but a reasonable amount of utility is underneath as well with that pulse and mute combo. They lost the mute early in the round alongside Benji, who has also lost a lot of health, in this early round already. Duck joining him. A C4 will take place from Giobu, but Duck is down. What an impactful player to lose here.
Magpie, very, very low, very lit after that engagement, and he's still being beaked out by this proxy. Thankfully, he's able to get rid of that. Doesn't really have the option to open the wall to his left because the Rotero drone might actually kill him in that smaller space. But either way, it looks like he's just circled back around Piano. Meanwhile, Soundownos has pushed his way all the way into mining and train now. He has oversight of this dining site itself and will be met with someone. Doesn't quite land the shots, but Dumfries does onto Benji. Gady is that body. Oh, beautiful warbang. Nice game sense coming through from Soundownos. And now Ludens, they back themselves into a corner. They've maybe given a bit too much away here. A 4 versus 2 will ensue. With 35 seconds left, plenty of time left to get an execute down and lots of control in the hands of these attackers. Where are the final few defenders? One sat inside of reading. They are split up, one above, one below, and this is going to be so difficult for them. The flanking player needs some sort of impact, but they've already found the anchor. Magpie does go down, but it's all on Jobu, skirting back to site. He's half HP. Spat will find him. The Deviants, they finally turn it round in overtime. They were 1 round down. They are now 1 round up, and that is the one that matters. 8-7, and they take Cafe.
Wow, they did it the hardest way possible, bring it out 8-7 on their map. Impossible to call the whole way through. We said this game was going to be close. I didn't quite expect that, especially not on map 1. That's anything to go by. This Consulate is going to be a bit crazy, to say the least. With Ludens, they need to win it. It's their map. I think they've got a good chance. They showed enough, I think, within that to do a good job. It is only the roaming battle that is going to be the main difference, I think, because that was clearly won by Deviants in that game.
It absolutely was. And the other thing to mention is that looking at the kill count at the very end of that game, relatively low across the board. Soundownos had 15, sure, but for a game that goes 8-7, 15 rounds, I mean, that's only 1 kill per round. Like, a lot of those rounds were ended with still, 4 or 3 players on the victorious side still up. There were a lot of dominant rounds where it really was defined by a lot of the opening picks and just gaining that momentum and making sure that you had the edge going into the execute. And that's very unusual. I haven't seen a game that close in round count with so few like clutches and tense 1v1s. It was very clear cut for a lot of it individually.
Well, that's not all for now. We've just had map 1 Cafe. Deviants in ever so slight favor, but it means quite a lot in terms of those little dots at the top of the screen, which are actually very important, I've heard, in terms of taking maps and trying to win these games. Moving on to that next bracket. We'll be very quickly on to map 2 Consulate to see if they can steamroll it all the way through a nice 2-0, or whether we will be going all the way to the final map, Clubhouse. Stick around, we'll be back in a few.
Always think of you when spring comes, like it's something in the air at that time. Don't know why. Always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends. Stayed in bed till Wednesday. Fell in love with you right there and then. I was young, couldn't see that. Couldn't see that. Leather jacket, though it's too cold. Saw your face in the crowd, and I think we loved eyes. Her just perfect, yeah, she's beautiful. Never thought you'd be here. It took me by surprise when I met you in the doorway. I had a friend of a friend. Never thought I would see you this soon, but hope she really loves you. 'Cause I swear you deserve everything. Wish that I knew that sooner. We got sober, it was over, but I told you I'd do it all over again. At your place over spring break, a heartache. I'd do it all over again. Do it all over Tell me a lie, and I tell you too. I say that I'm happy for the two of you. You wanna be friends, but I don't think I can. But I wanna be happy, happy for you.
Talk to me nice, talk to me honestly. Look in my eyes, don't let it fall on me. Say you're a good guy, make me believe it. Don't wanna hear it, I wanna see it. See how rewind when we rewind. It feels so nice. We time, you I know how to make me feel right. I can't help how. Got this sweet talk, I'm already on my way. I'm pulling up, don't be late. I'm cutting through all the lanes. Sweet talk, you need to say less to me. No need for no flowers, babe. I'm already on my way, on my way.
Welcome back, everybody. We're already right here on Consulate. How's that for a wham bam? Back into action. We had a missing caster there, which is why we didn't have any desk business, because Mr. Slow Coach Jerry, the music man, was off. What were you doing?
Yeah, you know you've ballsed up when you come back into your room and you just see in the VMix call missing caster in like full caps. I was just like, wait, what? There was like an 8-minute timer. Apparently, I can't keep track of time.
There were missing Jerry posters all over the lamps down the street. You know?
Yeah, they were like, oh, is Ginger? He responds to when he's called. He likes little fishy nibbled treats, so if you can lure him inside with one of those and just put him in a little carrier, then...
Well, hopefully
very
we've lured
appreciated.
you back with a very interesting, fascinating, and action-packed consulate for map 2 of the game.
It's almost as good and fascinating as Little Fishy Treats.
I'd put them almost on par. Certainly. Anyway, really? Okay, we're getting back into the band phase anyway. We've got Maverick and Thatcher starting out. Not
Boring!
A huge surprise, but at the same time...
Sorry, but it's Maverick and Thatcher, like, come on. Also, actually, no, that's not boring. Consulate, why isn't there a Maverick and Thatcher band? That's so unusual.
I hope the audience could hear that wonderful input from whoever that was.
What, me? I said boring.
Oh, was that you?
Yeah, that was me.
sounded like fungus.
No,
I
it was me.
expected better from you, Jerry. Certainly, you're really disappointing me today. Not a stellar start to Consulate, but hopefully the teams can give us nice good ones, get up to a running and flying start, maybe even. They're starting with Valkyrie and Kaid as well as their defensive bands. Not necessarily the most standard. There's a lot of focus on, I guess, first floor / basement defenses with those bands, as
This
opposed to
looks
top.
like this looks like Oregon bands or something.
It does.
It's really weird to see both the Maverick and the Kaid being banned here. Like, usually the bands here aren't very breach focused. You know, you get your Nomad bands, you get your Jackal bands. On the defensive side, maybe you get like some odd ones, maybe a Mirror, Mute, Smoke, things that weaken particular setups. It's unusual to see the Mav ban, and the Kaid ban coming up from Ludens as well, both of those. The Valk makes a lot more sense. She's incredibly powerful on this map, like unbelievably so.
We've got a sub in. Proctor has jumped in for Ludens as well in the place of. He's
Duck?
missing.
Oh
Duck,
god, they're
of
missing
course.
Duck. Damn,
He's ducked out.
He has ducked out. Damn, he was a star player in that last map as well. That's going to be tough. Proctor,
Yeah.
you've got some big shoes to... Oh, well, I suppose ducks don't wear shoes.
Nah.
Like, what would ducks wear?
I don't know. They got
They don't
webbed
wear
feet.
Well, thankfully, because ducks don't wear anything, you don't have anything to fill. So,
I guess.
I suppose, yeah, you've dodged that.
I'm sure he'll roar into action with a devastating and terrifying quack face towards Deviants. And will Ludens be going for a slightly more aggressive move and maybe going for some peaks and things like this? Currently, maybe there's a player on the window. I think he just right next to Magpie, almost punching the window here. Very close to some dangerous engagements. And it is indeed Proctor trying to get an early hand for himself. He wants to make sure that he is as worried about as Duck was for Deviants during this game. Gets nothing for it, backs off, but Benji is still strong in position with this Mira admin setup, which I love to see. It's one of my favourite setups with Mira.
I really would have loved to see an early C4 from Proctor, an early quack of the whip, if you will. But sadly not to be the case. You can land some really, really nice ones on these admin windows. Dumfries is holding that long angle into Coffin now. That really does restrict the roaming play from the defenders. But of course, this Mirror does pose a big problem. Benji wanders straight into that angle. Dumfries being patient as a saint. And now that allows his teammates to go swinging on in. Magpie will get the scan on the Bandit, and Proctor now has a couple of pings coming his way that he has to worry about. Thankfully for him, he is safe in the sanctuary of the site for the time being. And, well, a sanctuary is a bit of an overstatement. It's very exposed. Once you get someone on that balcony, there's very little wiggle room. So he's actually forced even further back. The yellow pings start to come through now. Ludens looking a bit shaky as Deviants have definitely grabbed this round by the scruff of the neck.
Well, it's quite simplistic. They've taken the ground that they want to. Going for inventive wall bangs as well. Catch off any defenders inside. Will net nothing for it right now. But with that man advantage, they can send players onto repels, onto various windows, especially that meeting window, importantly, I expect to see later on in the round. Kovac, he might have to deal with a bit too much. If Proctor's not shut down, he is down in this position. Giobu gets one back, but two come back for the attackers, and one struck back by themselves, actually a team kill. Very unfortunate, but they still have such a hefty advantage.
Oh!
The Frostmat might actually make a big impact here. Sorry, KK, as the Frost, knows that's the case, but does not manage to take down Spack. A bit of a strange moment right near the end there, but it did seem in the attackers' favour the majority of the way through the round.
Yeah, I mean, there was only actually one kill proper that went the way of... Oh no, sorry, two that went the way of Ludens, but then also the down at the end and the TK. No, it was just one kill, pretty much. Yeah, because there was 1 versus 3, one was down, there was the self-kill, the team kill, so yeah, one kill going the way of Ludens in that entire round. Not the best start for them. Though, the CEO defense, I have to say, I'm surprised that I'm seeing them bring it out a second time in a row. This is, for my money, the weakest site here. I know it's been kind of peddled a lot more recently, following Mexico Major especially. It's been moved up to a fair bit, but I just see so many weaknesses in it, quite honestly. And maybe it's just the fact that that Kaid ban, like, hinders the basement defense a bit, but Ludens, they don't want to go down there at all anyway, because they're the ones that banned the Kaid. So they are bringing as much wall denial as possible in the form of the Mute and the Bandit in lieu of Kaid. So it does seem a bit strange to take this
help
site
out their
and then...
attacks.
Yeah, it will help out their attacks, but this is not a site that depends on hard breach or breach denial at all. Like, you could be doing a lot better with, you know, arguably an alibi. Like, just take the Bandit off, bring someone with a 1.5 scope and a shield, and you've got a much better chance of holding long and being able to have an impact on the round, rather than taking the MP7, having these batteries, and a C4. Like, there's not much you can do with it. It's very high roll for my money.
It's very interesting to see this kind of consulate attack of the top floor, as a lot of teams haven't opted for it too much as of late. It kind of fell out of favour. And with the specific mirror setup that Ludens have, you think that might dispel some of this attacking pressure and force them elsewhere, or maybe take a few with them, but nothing of the sort. Benji was shut down so quickly in the last round when he really shouldn't be, he shouldn't be in that position. He can also give the calls to Proctor underneath if he is in that position for a C4. Gaddy removed from the map immediately by Spack with a simple window repel kill, if I'm not mistaken. Very unfortunate for Ludens at the start of this round. And again, Benji is all by himself because Proctor is no longer supporting him here. Well, vaguely on that repel spot.
I suppose so, yeah. You've got the Selma coming out to destroy those mirrors. A relatively recent buff to the hard breacher of Ace, which is very nice in this situation. It's probably the best situation you can think of for getting rid of these pesky pieces of utility. Proctor, though, is at least stepping up to the plate in some regards. Does take down Kovac. Magpie, though, finds that mirror, who is really stuck in a horrible situation there, and it was only a matter of time before she fell victim to a kill. Unfortunate, though, that she didn't take someone down with her. Soundownos taking out Giobu as well. And this Ludens defense, once again, is looking very shaky. It's being picked apart piece by piece. Proctor has something to say about it, though, with a nice little long-range kill onto Spack, finding the head of him just deep inside a coffin. KK, the only one really holding on sight, though, and he does see the player cross, but Dumfries is now in full cover, and he could just stick a plant, because it's very difficult right now for KK to do anything about it. There is a C4 beneath, but it doesn't look as though Proctor is getting in position to use it. He's just going to go for frags, and he finds Magpie first and foremost. Soundownos is on the cover, but Dumfries is locked into this post-plant situation, stuck in the corner. Soundownos on a nice repel, and he will Ronda straight into the open arms of the Nomad, does Proctor. Now KK has to find this one. He knows the Nomad is on the window. It's going to be a tough one. He has to really go for the jump out at some point. Can't try and stick the diffuser. Maybe if he impact the corner, he could get into the corner as tightly as possible, but even that's going to be a tough ask. Being so close to it would hurt himself at this point. Sends out the impact instead to try and hurt his opponent, but Soundownos has come off the repel and does decide to swing that window, finding the head. Great cover from the Nomad in the post plant. A lot tighter than it should have been, but Proctor did make that gap close quite substantially in the mid round. Still going to go Deviant's way, though.
Yes, a great effort from the incoming Bandit player. Really showing that he is someone to be reckoned with throughout this game. But he needs the rounds to go with it. A little bit too little too late. And it's incredible play from Deviants to see this Mira's by herself. She's got a very strong setup if used correctly, but if pushed from window, breach straight in front, pressure, nades, everything. She's trapped, she's done for. There is no support from front office either, which is probably the way that helps her survive. Or a long desk player. Proctor swings around, tries to take out one of them. He wasn't quite helping out enough by just staring towards that rappel in that position. He didn't catch anyone off there, and it was unfortunate. Too much damage dealt in the early round to recover for Ludens. This time, they opt for that basement, which is somewhat a question mark. I wasn't really expecting to see it with the way we've been talking about the bans and the way that they've set up. I was expecting more of a lobby sort of play. But nevertheless, they're opting for it, and Proctor sticking with that bandit for a bit more of a reason, I think, this time.
Yep, that would make a lot more sense here, although he is relatively easily dealt with in the current state of the game. I am looking forward to seeing Benji, however, in the very early round. He is rocking that Rook, the 2x scope on Consulate. He's a spawn peak machine, so maybe we get a good view of him trying to go for some of these picks. Jobu
He turns the whole team into a peeking machine.
He really does.
Importantly, with his Rook armor.
Yeah, because unless you land that headshot at range, then you're probably only downing your opponent, and that does give you an opportunity to get the res off as a defender, because it's still quite a trek to get to the window yourself as an attacker. And of course, those Rook armor plates just offer a little bit more protection. They guarantee a down, for instance, in the face of nades. So in some way, it kind of stacks quite nicely. You could almost put him in the same category as Jaeger or Rooney or Wamai as a kind of catcher of sorts. Just tanks the nades instead of destroying them or moving them away. Benji does come good with that 2x scope, and he finds Spack just trying to hunt for kills through the slit at the bottom of that lobby door. It will pay for it. No sledge, no nades. A huge loss going into a basement attack.
Well, he's come good. We'll see if he can stretch that to maybe an excellent, maybe a great at best, as he's still here on yellow in support of Giobu. And this position needs to be cleared by Deviants relatively soon. They're already working their way towards it. Giobu's position is being tracked by the Jackal, but I'm not sure they expect the support of Benji as well. There can be some bait here. If the Jaeger backs off and the Rook doesn't, surprisingly, they actually both backed off. That might have been a wasted opportunity to take out Magpie here. Unfortunate, but actually Benji just rotates down and finds Dumfries instead. Very good play from Ludens to get themselves a 2-man advantage this early in the round, and Benji wants to extend it further. He's taken it to a great, and there's your excellent, a triple Benji.
And the Rook armor coming in huge. No other operator would have ever been able to do that. Fantastic. He's left on about 10 HP. The Fuser has been downed. You can see Kovac is now on the hunt. He's got to swing round all the way through Antechamber and take on this low HP Benji. But this man is making the impossible possible. Magpie repelling on the far window. He's not helping up Kovac in the slightest. It's yet another 1v1 being taken by the Yana this time round. A C4 comes out. Actually downs Jobu.
No,
Magpie,
no.
Sorry, that was the down from Magpie.
Just very good timing.
Very good timing. Yeah, did fool me for a second there, but thankfully Magpie and Kovac are now teaming up to try and get this pinch to come through. The Rook is locked into place somewhat and does get downed by the spray from Magpie. A nice little heads-up play from the Jackal. 2 versus 3. Certainly doable, but with only 30 seconds left and everyone now hunkered down on site. No work has been done to remove any utility or create any angles. It's going to be a real tough ask. They basically have to rely on frags and frags alone. They've got a couple of smoke canisters and nades, but they're not going to be much help. Maybe the smokes will cut off some lines of sight and enable a sort of bypass of a crossfire. Kovac does step up and find the kill onto Proctor. Gumine or not. Almost find the second, but KK will respond. Gade is down. It's effectively a 1 versus 1. Magpie, if he finds his way through the rotate, he does! Down goes KK. Deviants, they clutch the 2 versus 5.
Wow! Did not see that coming midway through the round. A 2 versus 4 disadvantage for the attacking side.
Oh, fair enough.
Split around in a moment. Incredible play just to lock down Benji after all this hard work in the early round. It seemed like it was all but done. But brilliant from Deviants. They continue their spree. Ludens, previously the only team with 3 rounds in a row. Deviants have got them here without response. Reminder, this is Attack of Consulate. Consulate is a map, often at this level, that goes 5-1 for a defensive side. This is remarkable. This is Luden's map as well.
It was a 2 versus 5, wasn't it? Yeah, because there was the kill onto Magpie on Yellow Stairs, and then they got Benji, and then it was a 2 versus 3 for the execute.
Oh, yeah.
Damn. That is something. That is something from Deviants. 3 attacks in a row
by
as well.
that annoying weird timing from Proctor.
Yeah, that was very unusual.
He made fools of us, but unfortunately he was made a fool of by his opposition as well, absolutely overturning them at the end of the round. Ludens, they're not repeating the similar mistakes. There are a lot of positives from that round, must be said, a lot of them going in the hands of Benji. And on this reattempt, they brought a very similar lineup, very little change, just Giobu opting for the Melusi. And I'm trying to think what Deviant's early plan is, because it was not convincing in the slightest. The Jackal was dangerously utilized and could have been punished, and it's almost lucky that he hung on to be able to do that brilliant play at the end.
I think you just need a few more players in place to kind of cut off the retreats, which is a very difficult ask on Consulate. Like, this is a map where if you do the roam correctly, you should win it. Like, you have so many options in terms of falling back. The attackers have very few places where they can just, sit safely and watch a kind of retreat route. You think about things like the roof on Coastline, or trying to think of another kind of small map. Maybe the window at the bottom of VIP in Cafe. It's very easy to catch rotates on these spots, but there really isn't one of those like kind of high traffic areas for defenders on this map. They've got plenty of hatches, plenty of staircases, 3 that go fully from top to bottom. And some of those hatches are in incredibly safe places, like the bathroom, for instance, where you could just wait forever and then fall back with no threat in your way. This is ridiculous. How did neither player die there? Saldanos has actually been downed, whether Benji knows it or not. He will secure that frag. Expects a second swing, though, and the follow-up from Kovac does claim the life of that pesky Rook. So fantastic couple of rounds coming through from Benji. Even losing that engagement, he has found good value on these rounds.
He has. Yes, he's wasted a lot of time. We are halfway through this round, and Deviants have just got control here, but still not even of the top floor. Giobu lingers above, ready to do what he wants. He's got a C4 to use creatively on top of it as well, opening holes, whether it's vertical, lateral, to maybe rotate through bathroom if he needs. He's got pings all around him as well. There's a lot going for him. Benji dancing around cameras, you can see, to provide anything he needs. Currently looking at the site, Giobu might be better served if he's actually helping around this floor, because there are players right nearby him. Bides his time and takes down Spack, who's trying to pull out his hammer without checking Yellow Stairs. And the refrag attempt from Magpie is ludicrous. Falls down, simple as you like. Just poorly timed, a bit clumsy, and that could be the round here, but I mean, we've seen it turn around from an even worse position here from Deviants already, just in the last round.
We have, but Ludens, it's fair to say, have a real handle on how to defend this site in particular. Kovac does manage to slice that needle. That's 2 different metaphors that don't make sense. Going to whatever. That was a nice thin angle that he managed to send a bullet through. Dumfries does take down Proctor as well. We found ourselves in a 2 versus 2. Our Ludens just throwing this site constantly. KK at least takes out Dumfries, but what a wall bang from Kovac. Now he's put it into a 1 versus 1 up against Jobu. 10 seconds left. The Evil Eye is reading into his movements. Jobu has scarpered onto Yellow Stairs. The red ping comes through. Kovac is setting down the fuser, tries to launch over him, and he does manage to get the kill. Kovac goes down in a heap. So close to a second throw in a row from Ludens, but they finally grabbed their first defense.
Well, it was an absolute piece of inner haystack from Ludens. Imagine. Taking that round. Now, if you tune in the last 5 seconds, that would make absolutely no sense whatsoever. But anywho, Ludens, they finally get around on the board, most importantly. It was done in rather harrowing fashion. Took a lot of effort and heroics again from Giobu right at the end. Just a bit too short on time, Deviants. They made it hard for themselves, and these have actually been overall very good defenses of that bottom floor. floor, which again makes me kind of curious about the bans that we've got and how that's kind of set up. Either way, we've got the site now that I expected with the bans, which is Lobby coming out next.
Yeah, it was surprising not to see this come through based on the bans earlier, but yeah, it's a good site for. I mean, it's a good site in general. I feel like its win rate is quite high, but especially with those bans, with the Valkyrie that doesn't really let you hold the top floor very well, because you really need to be contesting those repels. With the Kaid ban that really hampers the bottom floor hold, it just means that wall is going to be open so much more quickly and reliably than it usually is. This middle floor suddenly becomes a prime candidate. So yeah, surprising that we haven't seen it until now, quite honestly, from Ludens. But they were, you know, reluctant to go to reading on Cafe, despite the sort of early signs that the top floor was, or the top floor was being very well. Both floors were going not very well for them in a lot of those defenses, essentially, and they probably should have moved a bit sooner. So yeah, at least they're finally moving here. I think it's quite important as well that Deviants have had their sort of momentum hampered somewhat with that round loss, because yeah, it's important that Ludens managed to stop that.
I was about to say, I'm surprised Spack didn't go for that peek the first time when the first ping came out. He could have actually got that kill on Gaddy upstairs. Well, Benji's down, I believe, upstairs as well. At least he was. Sound gets the kill. Great early play. And given how impactful Benji has been within the first few rounds, that's massive to take him off immediately. I like this play from Deviants. They've just decided to go top down, simple as you like, no need to overcomplicate. They brought the Nomad to help along with that, and they are picking off Roamers immediately, leaving it down to a 3 versus 5. Ludens need to summon that clutch spirit that Deviants seem to have grasped hold of so far this game.
We know what they say. I mean, if Ludens grab 2 in a row here, then that's fantastic.
Is that what they say?
That is what they say. I was gonna get on to what they say.
Who's
them? I don't know. They aren't very famous, because most of what they say, as you can tell, isn't very interesting. So,
those Ludens coaches.
Yeah,
that's what they say.
You think Ludens have coaches? I don't know. Maybe they do. I need to check this stuff sometime. Proctor, what was that? Was he trying to shoot the drone?
I believe so.
Either way, plant down. So
not in a good position. KK stuck by himself. Ace or null. We've seen this be a horrible situation already in this game on Cafe. And for the first time, we have a fully flawless round in this game. And it's no surprise, because Deviants have been steamrolling their opposition.
They have. A round in the hand. Gathers no moss.
Worth 2 in the bush?
No. Gathers no moss.
To be fair, if Outback gets a rework and comes into the competitive pool, that'd be a pretty good one to use.
It would be, wouldn't it?
A round in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. That's not too bad. I like that. I'll keep that in mind. Outback when? Come on.
Nah.
It's got to be Hereford.
It's gonna take a while. Oh my goodness me!
Because then I could properly be a comp player.
Like Skyscraper, like Theme Park. There are so many better options.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
You're not too convinced.
I disagree. I mean, you saw the game with Barn Burners against, who was it? Mean Ping. That was it. Team Mean Ping on Hereford.
How do you?
It's such a good place for Clash strats. There is no way to beat it.
Clash does love a good
Our first 4 defenses
enclosed.
would beat any competitive team.
It's the fact that there's one staircase. It's very enclosed and there are no windows onto it. You can just do what you want. Or like both staircases rather are like that. Like you just go up and down them at will.
10 seconds left before
It's the best moment of my life.
You were honestly like that. That was genuinely scary when we were trying to fight it on that map. It was quite a good game. Anyway,
back to the action. Benji's brought along the Kapkan. A nice mix-up in strategy. Ludens do need something on their final defense here to just throw a spanner in the works.
Does Kapkan have a 1.5 on his SMG? Yeah, that. I mean, that's basically why it's being brought, right? You know, you want these traps are fun and all, but 1.5 on that SMG, which is genuinely terrifying.
Delicious.
Like, it's a brilliant gun. I like running it onto Chanka quite personally, like just ditch the LMG. But yeah, that thing is good. He's got the C4 as well, so triple C4s at the ready. to try and deter this top floor clearance. A lot of this top floor, very soft floor, so if you have any sort of read on the enemy's location, which at the moment with this loadout lineup, Ludens don't really have too much intel going their way. It's just going to be a case of tossing those in the right direction. They're also playing a top floor defense, so unless they try and take control below, then it's going to be tough to utilize. But Jobu does take Kovac off that rappel, instantly headshotting him, finding the Yana. Jobu also finds Magpie as well. It's Clay Pigeon shooting, but this time it's a Magpie. Benji finds Dumfries, and now a 5 versus 3. I mean, the rappel game is usually a strength for the attackers on this site, but here it's been their downfall.
Wow, very good situation for Ludens. I was about to praise Deviants for their kind of passive nature and not pushing in too rash when they've got such a big advantage. They want to make sure they take this round, but severely disadvantaged to 2 versus 5. It's never quite done for Deviants until it is done 100%, because they've managed to claw their way back in numerous rounds, despite what we believe. So I'm not gonna stop at any time soon. The verticality though offered from Ludens, they don't have the most intel, but the C4s, when it comes down to any sort of plant attempt that SPAC might want to do, he needs to recover the diffuser though in order to do that. 1 minute to either find 4 or somehow impossibly get a plant down. Great adjustment from Ludens, though.
You know what they say, though. You know what they say. When the going gets tough, the fat lady sings. And here we go. Benji has found the feet. No, he's lost his feet. Never mind. He hasn't found any feet. His feet have gone torn clean off. SPAC was the one doing the foot sniff in there. His best Jackal impression. Does take the brunt of a Kapkan trap though, and that's a nice little signal to Ludens that, well, they've got a low health target to try and contend with in this final 20 seconds. No more nades either in the hands of SPAC. He has to find 3 for the price of 1. It's not going to be easy. Proctor is an person who will shoot man and win round. I said Anne, and then I was like, wait. That I need to find a word beginning with a vowel. I really locked myself in there. I just gave up and said person.
I thought you were just renaming.
Obstacle.
Fuck. Yes. Maybe. Watch the profanity, Mr. Jerry, as if this cast isn't going as horrendously as it is already.
It's alright, that wouldn't have gone in the show reel anyway.
Oh, believe me, I'm making one after this. Anywho, console and meeting is the first location for Deviants, also in similar fashion to what Ludens were doing. They seem to have a very good idea, at least with the first 2 attacks, of how to deal with it. It fell apart due to just a few players being kind of they're just being taken out on rappel in a way they definitely shouldn't be. And that was pretty much the difference in the round that time. But in terms of strategy, they seem to know what they're dealing with. I'm liking Ludens' lineup, though. Not just have we got the Echo from Deviants, but we got this Kali being brought along by Proctor, which makes me maybe anticipate that... Oh, well, it makes me think that they were anticipating maybe a bottom floor site, either way, alongside the bands that they've brought. Maybe they were expecting that. Either way, she's very useful for long angles if they can get maybe on rappel or to a long desk position. If they get control of admin, she's going to be deadly.
Quite honestly, on this map, I would, in a way, advocate the Glaz. I know he's not a straight substitute for the Kali, but just in terms of the sort of presence that you can bring, the Glaz is so much scarier, and you can use it a bit more kind of aggressively rather than the passive style that Kali brings. Peeking an angle with that gun is a tough ask. You really want to be set up and holding one. And obviously that is a possibility, as we can see KK setting up and being knocked down by Soundownos. That is not how that's supposed to go. But Soundownos is a gunner, and he's making it work. Magpie gets some revenge after being taken off rappel last round. He is the one taking Ludens out, and now we see the strength for Kali potentially. Presumably the angle is a bit clearer for him, as we got some client-side debris on our end, but just have every opportunity to set this mute down.
Yeah,
It's a tough one.
Relatively risky play, just kind of waiting for the mute to do something. There is no reason for him to in this position. A misfired charge as well will not help to start things off. I don't really know what that was trying to do. Maybe burn out ADS is in that position potentially, but they don't have anything really to throw
There was
other
a
than
shield. Oh no, the shield's still there.
No, it's still. Yeah, I guess they just missed the shield. Either way, doesn't work out brilliantly for Ludens. They're man disadvantaged quite severely, and time is ticking on by. No control. No one's in the map. They've not made a single step so far on the attack, and this is really, really poor from Ludens. They're going to have to change their plan nice and quick. Do what they did in the early rounds of Cafe. Just go for that kind of east side move late on, because you can't do anything else.
I don't see this going well. You've still got Spack with 3 gas canisters. You've still got a couple of Yokai drones to have to contend with, even if you get to that point. Gady only really has 1 stun, and besides that, you've got no execute utility at all from Ludens. This is a full-on backstab. They are just face-checking, hoping that they can win some fights, but Spack, who will finish the job with a knife, and there isn't even a response from the side of Ludens. Proctor is not up and ready to try and refrag, and they know that these bodies are close. Gady is the one holding a long angle into Coffin, but Proctor, he's just peeking every corner with the SMG. This is probably the worst weapon to be trying to do it. You would know best, our resident Clashmate Ebac. Dumfries finds Gady, yet again picking off another repelling player. It is not the day to be hanging out, abseiling on these buildings, and Dumfries, with the backstab of his own, flanks around into admin, finishes off that Kali, and we are looking at a flawless round.
Very good. I mean, you're stumbling as much as Ludens are right now.
Yes, exactly. That's my impression of them.
Some very inconsistent performances so far here on this map. There was nothing really good about that round at all. They lost the men early and then didn't readjust at all. They sat there and waited, hoped for Deviants to play it risky, to take over aggressive peaks when they didn't need to. But that's the thing I was praising them for in the round that they lost, which was that they actually were sitting there quite comfortably. They don't need to rush in necessarily in certain positions. They realize there's not too much setup to deal with on that round in particular. 3 players sitting outside. We don't need to do anything. Let them burn up our shields and ADSs. Why not? Let's just keep sitting there. We can refrag our way through near the end. And they didn't even need to, because not a single man fell during that round. A second flawless on the same map. We said Deviants, they want to keep that any momentum that they gained from Cafe rolling and try and make it a 2-0. It 100% looks the case, because Ludens look so far away from winning this.
They certainly do. This is looking like Deviant's map pick through and through. And we did theorize that when we were discussing this prior to the game starting, prior to map 1, that it's a place where Ludens have consistently banned throughout the best of 1 regular season. It's somewhere that doesn't suit their style of play on paper. They've been, you know, on the Oregons, on the Villas, on the clubhouses of the world, and it's not been their style to take us to a coastline or a consulate. And we're beginning to see why, potentially. I would theorize that of all of the sites, this basement is one where Ludens maybe have a better handle on how to operate. It's a bit more of a checklist site, a bit more akin to your sites on Clubhouse, where you know, step 1, clear the top. Step 1, clear the top. Step 2, gain control of piano. Step 3, use that verticality and claim the site for yourself. Step 4, get a diffuser down and hold the post plant. So if
Step
they can do that,
1C, maybe win some rounds.
yes,
on top of that. And that will certainly help, getting a nice early double on the attack. Clear the first floor. Lovely, very comfortable play at the very beginning. Locate where Jaeger is. He's all the way downstairs, which indicates very little on the roam. The C4's already used, if not placed, by Kovac, and he's gone, so he has no opportunity to use it. If he has placed it somewhere, it'll just be sitting lonely on a rooftop somewhere. Jackal becoming ever more powerful as this round ticks on, locating the 2 remaining defenders, and it's time to bully them.
They're demonstrating a complete understanding of this bottom floor site on attack and defense. The question is, do they come close to bottling it, as they have done so many times? Magpie will put some hope in the hands of the Deviants, but Proctor finding Dumfries and then following up with the pistol kill onto the final player on site will have, just make sure that we have none of that doubt in our minds. Once again, Ludens, they are just controlling this bottom floor. They need to extend that dominance to somewhere else on the map.
Yes, 100%. They do look like a team who knows what they're up to and can win some rounds and get stuff going when they are on that site. They're anywhere else.
Yeah.
It is not great. They look a different team. You were saying night and day a lot during the first map, but that's even more true now for Ludens. Yeah, it was at least 3 times.
I don't remember saying night and day.
You say a lot of things, Jerry.
I do say a lot of things. If I remembered everything I said, then I wouldn't have enough brain space to make new things to say. So I think
You said it enough that numerous times in my head I was singing like night and day in my head, throughout the game.
Do love a bit of Sinatra. Well,
Don't.
give me a minute to come up with something. I'm not the fastest. Google.
Okay, well I'll move on. Anywho, I swear there was a pun about Sinatra or something during a recent game or something. I can't remember
Maybe.
that I watched. I swear you told one. Anywho, right. Check the joke journal and see like what you've said.
Well,
Anywho,
it's been a long time, so I don't know. Maybe.
But Deviants, they want to extend this advantage. To be fair, despite Luden struggling across multiple sites, Deviants are reattempting this one, which is daring, to say the least. But at the same time, we're only 2 rounds behind from a Luden's perspective, which is not bad at all. Did I see... Was that Jackal throwing a smoke at a doorway?
I think it was to burn the gate.
Right, okay. I was going to say, I definitely didn't go in. Either way, KK, down outside. There goes one of your hard breaches. Now, a lot of pressure on Giobu to stay nice and alive. I can see him getting to work on it through the floor there, nice and early, but he's got no support right now. He's just going for the one spot of wall. I think Kovac has burned up the other 2 bandit charges. Whatever it is, the wall's wide open. So, nice early play from Ludens, despite losing the man to get that worked on.
Yeah, it's important to get that breach open because at least it means that any defenders that are on the roam have, reservations about coming back via that Yellow Stairs, via the site. And, I mean, Gady's sitting here on control of Yellow Stairs, so that isn't even really an option for the Deviants. They still have that man advantage. Maybe that too.
No.
As Magpie catches Gady napping, we saw the Jackal just sort of wandering around in Yellow Stairs without much support, and it seems he was blind to the threat of the Jaeger.
Every time I want to praise someone for patience, he gets punished. I was saying from Gady there, he pinged the Jaeger and left him there for a while because he didn't necessarily need to pinch, but actually he just got caught out by him instead. Kovac strikes back into life with 2, didn't keep the breach closed, but kept Luden's chances very, very slim. And Sound, whatever it's called, makes the bigger impact. He takes the round, and most importantly, on top of all the important things, Deviants, look where they are.
They're a match point. That is
Yes.
quite something. Once again, the first team to reach it, which is huge. So this time round, last time we saw them reach it at 6-4. Now they're at 6-3. Now they have even more of a leeway to make any sort of mistake that they want. They have 3 defenses as well to try and lock this out in. That is
And they just
very
won the
worrying.
basement, which is dangerous for Ludens. They need to get better at every other site immediately, or it is donezo. You are gone. And that is a horrible ass. Thankfully, it's only 3 rounds in a row. Could be worse in this situation. They've just kept themselves in it well enough with some of those earlier rounds. I think, to be fair, maybe just one of those earlier rounds on the basement, winning it out on the first attempt when they had that 5 versus 2, get some momentum together, bring that somewhere else. That round could have had huge implications on the rest of this game. It could have actually changed it a lot.
I would like to see you in a coaching role one day. Just get better is the advice.
All right, sometimes it's
now.
necessary. I mean, Ludens need to be better here if they want to win, because Deviants are outmatching them in terms of strategy as well, and that's one of the main things that saw them to the victory on Cafe. Ludens are not opting up enough. They're not offering up enough, and I think mid-round adjustments are also a big part of that, because we've seen plans fall apart quickly for both teams, but when Deviants are down in number, they're down in their original plan, they failed. They adjust, they find something new to do, and it works. Ludens are not doing that, and that needs to change now. Snappity-doo.
When you're smiling, the whole world smiles at you, and Deviants are smiling right now.
Oh, no.
They are so close to this victory. It's very, very close, and they've just got to do it their way. They have 3 rounds to do it in. Every opportunity to seal this one out. They're going for an admin push right here. Going for the swing-in. Absolutely no resistance being put up by the Deviants. Ludens have full control here, which is very nice for them because they need something going in here. They will reach Soda with no resistance whatsoever. This hard wall, though, does have an enemy on the other side of it, and the stuns are coming through from that Yokai drone. Dealt with very swiftly. No swing being locked in place by that repelling player. So this is a tough situation for the Soda player. He kind of has to come out swinging and take down someone or retreat. It's his choice. Looks like he has gone for the latter.
The red
and those
feet.
footsteps will reveal him to be nowhere nearby. He has managed to find himself
How did
into
he
the
weasel
site.
out of that one?
I reckon he ran down long and then into sight, because that is,
Yeah.
you know, there's no way you cross Coffin in that situation. But these hard pings are going to give Benji a nice easy target with the nade. Does take a chunk out of Dumfries, but it's not enough. The yellow pings are making things a bit easier, but Gady takes a lot of smoke inhaling that gas, and Benji does find the opening frag onto Magpie. They have a foothold in this round, Ludens. They do have to do a lot more, though. Gady being struck back by Soundownos. We're back in an even man count. The Soundownos is actually on the flank. Benji responds to Kovac's kill with a kill onto Spak himself. No more smoke, so a lot less to delay. You've got 1 Yokai drone up, but that is it. No C4s. 1 impact, which should be, you know, harassment at best from this range. But a lot of the teams now, both sides, kind of disheveled, separated. They need to regroup, and whoever regroups first will probably strike first.
Ooh, 40 seconds remain. Decent play from Ludens, but a bit split up again and not quite sure how to execute once they've lost a few men. Still sitting in the positions they were in early on in the round. And it's left to Giobu. The jump out is risky and gives the position away of the Wamai. Not sorry, the Wamai. Whoever else it was. The Wamai still alive alongside the Mute. 2 players remain to hold back Giobu, and they strike instantly. No time wasted. Down he goes. Nothing for their opposition. All the points, all the maps, everything they want. The next bracket spot for Deviants.
They have been flown to the moon. Fantastic performance. They are singing, they are dancing their way right into the next stage in the bracket. The lower bracket semi-finals. So they will be up against the victor of our very next game, which is, of course, Veggie Patch and Combat Wombats. But while we're here, let's give a brief congratulations to the Deviants who've managed to find themselves through with a 2-0. Commiserations to Ludens. They just did not perform in this final bracket in the same way that they have throughout the regular season. They haven't picked up a single mappy back. They've gone straight out from the very top bracket, losing 2 2-0s.
I mean, that final round there from Ludens was all they longed for, all they would worship and adore. In other words, it was a very big disappointment from them. They didn't quite manage to seal it with this game. And we'll be moving on in to see, not Ludens, sorry, I've suddenly forgotten. Deviants, dear me. We'll be seeing them in action in future games. We do have the 2 remaining ones, and I'm going to throw it to a nice quick break so I can take a bit of a rest before the next one. That'll be starting, is it in half an hour?
Yeah, it is.
I'm not mistaken.
Possibly, yeah, about half an hour, due to start at 8 PM. So the best is yet to come,
It
as a wise
certainly
man
is.
once sung.
We'll be saying goodbye to Jerry, though, which should be a
Yeah, we
shame.
will, because I've done way more than enough horrible jokes. I've got a Google page up here of Frank Sinatra songs. I'm actually running out, so I've got You Under My Skin. I didn't get to use that one, but there you go. You just have that completely joke-free. Just know that that is a song. It's actually the best Sinatra song, in my opinion. Really good. Got a killer trombone solo.
You heard it here first. Either way, for more incredible Frank Sinatra takes, I guess, go find Jerry. Don't come back here for that. Come back here for a great second matchup here today. Another best of 3 in the lower bracket quarter finals. See you in about half an hour.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I
could run through the fire.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Keep thinking that I could have done something, but now I'm left with an empty heart. No making amends, no waking up beside you and holding you till we forget it all. How could I know there was no second chances? Like dominoes, my life got really scattered. You couldn't keep the door shut, and now the frostbite's creeping in. 'Cause I've been stone cold since you left me here. So come home, why won't you reappear? Things that I said came out totally wrong. Can't speak of the truth when it's tainted. I fell into a big black hole. It got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. Got me stone cold. No Wizard of Oz can undo what I've done. Completely out of luck this time. I'm stuck in reverse. I gotta get away now, but I can't seem to take the lead. Oh baby, how could staying dead. I fell into a big black hole. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold.
Welcome back, Lados and Grints. I'm Evac. Why is it? Oh no, the video's behind.
No.
You can watch me swinging my hand for ages, waiting
Look at
for
me.
it to come
I
on. so I
grabbed
can
it on
do
my
that.
notes.
Oh wow!
Oh, no.
So effective. That's the behind-the-scenes magic you can expect from me and Cairo. Mike, we need to do a quick reset, Noah, and fix this. Yes, go ahead. Do that.
Oh.
Yeah!
Yes.
No, it's still behind.
I'm slightly.
You're
behind.
fine. I'm miles. What is happening? I'll reset myself, I guess. I don't know what's going
This
on.
is carnage. This is carnage. But, well, everybody, this is the Bull Season
Yes!
3 playoffs.
There
Come
we are.
on!
Hello, everybody. I'm Evac. Welcome back for the second match today. We've not got Jerry alongside me. We've brought in an even more special Cairo. How are you doing, good old sir?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I mean, obviously more here in this cast than last, but well, I'm looking forward to getting into this game
We
anyway.
got Combat Wombats again.
Yeah.
Good old fun. The winners that we casted yesterday against Frogs. Here they have got very strong opposition coming from the very tippity top bracket down in this lower final bracket. It's a bit of a rough team to come up against, but you know you have to do it at some point. It's Veggie Patch.
Yeah, well, Veggie Patch are a good team as well here, Ebac. They had a fairly solid game against IOM, pushed them really to the limits, and, well, do we see it? Do you know what? I'll see it. They threw Oregon against IOM up 6-1, Ebac, 6-1, and lost 7 rounds in a row. They will be hurting coming into this one.
That's horrific. They are a very up and down team a lot. I was saying that with Jerry earlier. It's kind of the staple with Sturksy teams in general. And you know what? Quite a while ago, I hoped that I'd never have to cast him again, but here I am. So we'll see what he can offer up today, alongside the rest of his team, of course, who have performed admirably throughout the season, getting them into that 3rd place spot. But where do we find ourselves now? Because the league table means squat when we've got some maps here, because this is all they've got to play on. This is all they can do.
Yeah. Well, that's it, Ebac, and we'll need
look.
to see exactly...
All the maps. Parties.
Ah, there we go.
The timing wasn't quite perfect, but there you go.
Do you know what was Ebac? You never used your wand that you got from like the Harry Potter.
Harry
one?
Potter. I've got 2 sitting in that. In that. Open one down there.
See the next time you cast, you need to bring it out and like we can do like the map bands and stuff.
Get the maps up.
Yeah, that would be special, right? But anyway, Catherine Villa.
Baniamus, I don't know. Yeah, that's what's happened. That's the spell that Veggie Patch have cast to start things off, alongside Combat Wombats going for that ban on Villa. There isn't too much of a surprise there, especially with the cafe performance from Combat Wombats being pretty convincing via the end. That's a smart ban.
Yeah, without a doubt. And obviously Villa being banned out from Combat Wombats. Not too sure about that. Maybe they'll try to hide it for a later best of 3 because they're that confident. We don't know, but Chalet comes out again. Wombats, they were really good on that yesterday as well. So nothing really, I'm thinking here is out of the blue. Clubhouse makes sense for me as well, rather than, actually maybe not, Oregon?
Yeah, maybe banning out the Oregon and going for Clubhouse is a strange one, given the final game from Veggie Patch for Combat Wombats. Either way, Coastline is not a surprise, given that was potentially the decider for Combat Wombats. They were very happy to go there in the previous playday. Chalet was brilliant from them. It was one of the best performances. They outplayed Frogs completely on that map. That will be a tricky one for Veggie Patch to deal with. No Consulate, we already had that today. It's been chaotic as much as it is. Oregon, I probably couldn't handle a Veggie Patch Oregon today, so I'm rather glad that we are going for another decider on Clubhouse. We didn't get it on the previous one, a 2-0 for Deviants, in case you missed that one. This one, though, I mean, I given the performances recently via Combat Wombats, especially on Chalet, I'm thinking they take that. I'm not sure Veggie Patch can do too much to counter it. Coastline is definitely a question mark, and Clubhouse is probably more of a Veggie Patch map. That's how it lines up in my eyes, which equals out to pretty much 3 maps.
Yeah, well, the thing is though, I don't know. When I look towards the last time they played on Consulate, so that's obviously why Veggie have banned that out. But it was Wombats that won at 7-5, and I don't know. Maybe the fact that Wombats can play on the more chaotic maps, like a Consulate, maybe could transfer over to a Coastline, and therefore could translate to a win and maybe a 2-0.
Certainly an option. We'll have to wait and see, but I'm very excited to see it unfold. Now, the MVP from the last game, it starts with a K. What was it? It was on a V, sorry. Was it Volcanoid?
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
I think it was Volcanoid,
Trying to get all the names right. Volcanoid was a key player, got the MVP as the IGL of the team. Incredible mid-round adjustments, and sometimes Combat Wombats were a little bit slow to figure out exactly what their opposition were doing, and then they played on the counter. Not too much necessarily of their own style, that is kind of the weakness. There are definitely some issues within that Veggie Patch will have seen. They've had that time to rest from a few days ago. They've seen their own mistakes, but now they can reflect on Combat Wombat's strengths and weaknesses as well, and will come in a little bit more fresh. And that could really help them out on map 1, where it's probably probably the best map to start strongly on, because if you're gunning right in on Coastline, your opposition will get flatlined instantly.
Without a doubt. Well, I'm actually going to blow your mind. We got told it was Volcanoid, it was IGL. Well, I was talking to a few of the players, and I found out actually who the IGL was. Guess out the team who it actually was. It was Dicta.
Of course she was.
So she was the one who was IGLing, and she had Weiwei as her secondary caller, and she was telling me everything that was going on, and she said that honestly, she feels after that best of 3 that they could take it all the way. And I'd say fair enough.
Wow. I mean, Volcanoid gave a great performance anyway, so I'm not gonna insult that at all. But I revoke that MVP because I was close to getting into Dicta anyway for playing the fragging role, and the impact kills were fantastic, ingenious positioning, all the like. But the fact that the calls were coming from her as well, just remarkable. I mean, gotta give credit where it's due. Whereas we look at the other side, you know them a little bit better than me, at least the rest of the roster, other than Sturksy. What do you think in the Veggie Patch could be the difference here, Cairo?
Well, funnily enough, interestingly enough, you're not casting Sturksy tonight here, Ebac.
Oh, is he gone?
He's gone, unfortunately. He's had to. He's moving, so they've got someone else jumping in. It is Errol Grey from Newell, the IGL from there. So, I mean, when an IGL steps out, when IGL steps in, it'll be interesting to see how he interacts with the squad. But we've got Stakes, Spacey Bobcat, Snorlax, and Hi-Hi. And I've casted them on Oregon. I casted them, what was the other one? Villa. And I'm not going to joke here, Stakes, probably their best player. I was speaking to Sturksy about it, about what happened. He was like, come on, man, how did you throw that? And he was like, I don't want to talk about it, but one thing I will say, Stakes apparently because he had the alleviation of pressure, started to play out his skin. The fact that he said he didn't necessarily care as much, and then his performances skyrocketed. So maybe it's just a mental issue in that respect.
Yeah, potentially. Whatever it was, not good from Veggie Patch.
Yeah.
They need to really address that coming on into this game. Let's move on to map 2. We spoke a bit about Coastline on the service. Second up, we can get those back up actually, because I've forgotten what the second one is. What was the second one? It was
Chalet.
Chalet. I knew it was another C. Chalet. Veggie Patch. What are you thinking about them there? Do you think they can counter what we saw yesterday?
I seen them play Chalet against Team Atlas. I think that was in the first couple of weeks. And do you know something? They used a lot of one-off strategies. For instance, like coming up through the main stairs when it was bar gaming and getting a cheeky pick. And then it was Errol Grey who was doing it. And then he would retreat away. So people were scrambling and getting completely distracted by this one pick. And then the rest of the team would come in and wipe them all out. So they do have strategy. They do know what they're doing on it. Especially a Yukon 2 IGL. He'll know exactly how to kind of command his team and what to do there. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in that respect as well.
Wow. Okay, that's very useful. That's something that could really help, because one-time strategies are probably how you combat the Wombats. I guess but that was not intentional. It's how you directly counter their countering style of play. I think a little bit more individual identity could help the Combat Wombats. But the gunfighting, once it's there, They took a while to warm up on Cafe, I think, on the first map yesterday, but
Yeah.
once they got into the swing of things, there was very little holding them back, and Veggie Patch have to be on their gun skill immediately. Otherwise, it could be almost a complete opposite, and they could get steamrolled, especially on Coastline. What a great map one for a best of 3. I don't think you can get off to a more explosive start. And here we are. Wow, incredible timing. I'm magical today with everything that's going on.
You don't even have a wand?
I'll go get it once the camera's off me. Coastline, what have we got for the ban phase? What do we expect? We've seen all the same bans from Combat Wombats over the last few days. I don't...
Yeah.
Do you expect anything different on Coastline?
Well, I mean, there's a lot more, I guess, how do you put it, freedom on Coastline when it comes to bans. I still expect Thatcher because he can really handle the kind of double bar sight when it's Pengu or the kind of office/bar wall. But is he going to come out? Yes, he is. There we go. I quite like that ban. A lot of people don't like it because it's Coastline, but he does really handle that one sight.
I'm not surprised. Thatcher Valkyrie or Thatcher Mira is pretty much the Combat Wombat's way to go. I would not be surprised to see the Mira, but it depends what Veggie Patch do. They've got a pretty free one here, though. With the Thatcher gone, you don't need to focus on Breach. You can mix it up. Go for a Sledge, go for a Jackal if they want to do some inventive roaming. And that's exactly what they have done. They are starting on the attack, so that might be an issue. But if they've identified one of the key things from the previous game, they will realize Combat Wombats, they don't like roaming very much. It's something they didn't do it at all in the previous game at the very least.
Yeah.
So that ban, is that the most useful one to bring along? I'm not necessarily sure for their attacking side.
I mean, they might have identified the fact obviously Dicta can really hide in these off spots, hide in really key positioning, so maybe it's to try and target her. But the Valkyrie ban coming out as well makes a lot of sense here. eBack with all the information, etc., hiding wee off spots as well, those black eye cameras. See, to be honest, the bans aren't crazy here, and there's not really... We can delve into them, but it's not as if they're going to catch us off guard by what they're picking here.
No, I'm expecting the Mirror 100% at this point from Combat Wombats. They can do anything. They bring out the alibi. You know, I love a good alibi on Coastline. She's very good in a lot of places. And the Aruni opted for. Similarly, not as common operator. There's definitely a word for that. Definitely not uncommon. There you go, Aruni picked off the board. Get rid of that projectile denial option and taking the Roni out of the hands of some of these players on the defensive side, especially the likes of Dicta, who was demolishing players with the Roni on Mozzie in those previous games. This time, she's opting for it again, and I'm not surprised. But at least they've tried to combat her somewhat.
Exactly. Oh, Caviera. Surely that's a sick pick. We're waiting for it. Yeah, there it is. I didn't want to like.
They've done their VOD research. They played Clash more than their opposition last game, and they did win. They used her so efficiently on Chalet to win out those remaining rounds. With, to be fair, Frogs did kind of give up a little bit towards the end of that game, but either way, they did utilize the Clash very well, and they will do here. Volcanoid, the mistaken MVP of the previous game, will be bringing her out here on Kitchen, which is quite a unique site for Clash. Can be surprisingly tricky, though, especially if Veggie Patch take the ground and start... I mean, if they're playing open angles like Combat Wombats seem to be doing... this could be an issue. I suppose she's mostly focused towards the front service entrance side.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Maybe potentially she could be used upstairs in towards the kind of theatre area, because when people drop and then they see this big walking shield, they might start to panic. But, well, we never know here, Eback. Well, this is the question I'm going to ask you. What are you expecting from Veggie Patch? What are you expecting them to do in this site to take them and try and maybe cause a bit of unrest for these defenders and try and win the round?
I have no idea. I don't know what to expect. I'm not very familiar with this lineup. I've heard a lot of things. It always does have a... I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm the wrong person. They've got to be very careful because of those frost mats lurking around. The Clash as well will be an issue if they do come across her, but I'm not sure where she is right now. Is she around office?
I've not seen her. I've not actually seen her. Oh, there she is.
She's just
down-
sitting on the site. She is watching that area.
Yeah.
And Veggie Patch are pushing rather direct, it seems, across from the west, doing a kind of double vertical pinch as well. Kind of a... yeah, that's what they're doing.
Hopefully not like yesterday, though, when we saw that pinch come through and did make a rather horrible shape that you clearly
Yes, exactly.
demonstrated.
Yeah. This is more like it's more like a sock puppet kind of hand shape.
Yeah, yeah.
Pushing across from one direction. Hopefully they'll snap that jaw shut right onto some opposition roamers, but currently nobody to eat up here as Combat Wombats are relatively comfortable sitting in their deep positions. Volcanoid has realized that there's nobody pushing from that backside and is coming straight forwards. Bjonk has taken some damage in an early engagement. I think that was over by Billiards, if I'm not mistaken. But since then, Veggie Patch are just sitting outside. They've made very little ingress, and the time's going to start to punish them, especially with this Clash and Smoke combo late on.
Yeah, this is really starting to get worrying now, and they've made absolutely no ingression, absolutely nothing. Well, obviously, they've gained in towards Sunrise, but Ebac, what are they going to do here? Like, obviously they're jumping in and identifying it as... Oh, no.
Hopefully Tsunami spotted that. No, didn't spot the man. This Frost finishes him off, and the second supporting player, Harambe, is down. A lovely pick onto Icy comes out from Dicta. Tsunami has to worry about this swinging Frost. It's just a matter of time, it seems. Brendan's left on the roof of all places, whilst the rest of the team is pushing Kitchen. Manages to get one. 30 seconds remain for 4, one of which is a Clash. C4 still persisting for Dicta. I mean, there's nothing to be done. It's round 1 for Combat Wombats.
Yeah, without a doubt. 20 seconds remaining, and well, I guess it'll just be a little reset, see where they can go from here and see what happens. Brendan, he's picked up a nice little exit frag, but all in all, I don't even think that was Combat Wombats playing well, and I'm not being disrespectful in that manner. It was more Veggie Patch just doing absolutely nothing here, Ebac. Like, how do you not attack at all? It just... I don't know, very questionable.
That was bizarre. That was one of the stranger rounds I've seen, especially given it's their map. They're starting on attack. They're ready to go. Let's get this started. Yeah. And they started the way they ended looking on Oregon in the previous time we saw them, just confused. I'm confused having watched it. I was trying to figure it out in the earlier round. Either way, Cairo, you've messaged me saying Harambe is Earl Grey. Is that an insult you're throwing at him?
No, that is actually his name. He's just using
That's his name.
He's just using a Smurf, just in case.
Oh, dear me. I mean, to be fair, Veggie Patch looked pretty Earl Grey at the moment. Not a very good round from them. Penthouse and Theatre opted for this time by Combat Wombats, which is not the most standard in the world. But they're also bringing this Clash along yet again. I'm loving it. They seem to have their strategies set down across non-standard maps as well, which is lovely. It's one of my favorite things about BOAL, having joined relatively recently, even in the playoffs, which is usually where teams give up on inventive strategies and go with the standard and the safe. We've got chalets, we've got consulates today, we've got coastlines, and all the teams, generally, Veggie Patch, I'm not looking at you, seem to have these sort of strategies that can mix something up. And it's good. It's good. It's very good.
It's really refreshing, especially, obviously, like me and you, we've casted a lot of Tier 4, we've seen a lot of things, a lot of questionable things, but everything in view, the strategy, etc. It seems as if teams really want to win, etc. And well, that's just good to see. Great to see.
They want the money. What is the prize pool for this, by the way? I don't. No one's told me.
I think it's around 1,500 GDP.
Right.
Wait a second, I just double check. But it's only split amongst the top 2 teams.
Righty ho. We'll get a check on that. It'll be nice to see. Anyway, these guys, they're fighting in the this is the quarter lower bracket final, whatever the term is, at the moment, which is not too far away from those final spots and getting themselves a bit of dollar, which is lovely to see. Noah's just told us. What is it? It is 750, 450 for first and second. So a good nice split. All you want to do is make that final, essentially. And for Combat Wombats, they'll be in quite a happy position. Again, wasting a decent amount of time early on. Veggie Patch have managed to do some quick work and get rid of Bjonk on the roam. Not sure where that was. Either way, Earl Grey is already quite close to a lot of impactful players in the middle of 90 and could catch them off if they're not aware, but they are way simple enough. I think Earl Grey just thought he was a bit safer. They didn't know he was there at the time. I'm very sure that Combat Wombats had some sort of Mozzie-related intel on that spot.
Oh yeah, without a doubt, and obviously they are hugely aware of every position at the moment, and well, I mean, playing it just excellently. 10 centimeters is putting some amount of damage into these players that are down towards Hookah, eBack, and well, so is Dicta. There's a first frag, and well, I mean, as one player goes out on towards the balcony, they're going to have to face a shield of Clash, eBack, and well, this just is not looking good at all.
1 minute and a whole mountain of tasks. That makes it a little bit easier. The supporting player for what you'd expect the Clash spot to be at this point is down, which means she definitely can't retreat to that position. She's focusing her efforts here over on Hall of Fame, fondly referred to as Guitar. What can Veggie Patch do? They've got the stuns from the Zofia. Volcanoid can just play it simple if he's practiced on the Clash, which I believe they definitely are. Was Volcanoid the shit? I can't remember. I'm sorry. My bad. Yeah, sorry. Either way, gorgeous plays coming out from Dicta. A double kill, making it a triple in total, leaving just Tsunami behind. Incredible play from Combat Wombats to start off Coastline with a spree. Dicta, I was debating whether it was a misplay taking her off the Roni from the previous round, giving it to 10 centimeters, but nope. MP5 SD works a treat. Quad kill.
Quadra kill indeed, and well on that eBack. Plenty of information. We were wondering, maybe it was the Mozzie information, but no, the Yokais would have been doing some information getting themselves. Don't know what spots they were in, but certainly, I mean, Combat Wombat seemed to be all over Veggie Patch, and now we return to the normal site of Hookah and Billiards.
You know what it is, Cairo? Both teams have started the way they finished the last games.
Yeah,
Combat Wombats, they're rocking the Clash on defense, feeling on top, just very comfortable. Veggie Patch confused, not quite sure what their strategy is, and that if that continues for a few rounds, it's just going to be Combat Wombats all the way. As they move to the attack with an even split, even an advantage on this defensive side, there's probably no way back.
Not only that though, eBack, right? Another thing that Combat Wombats have essentially is, because they're not picking meta operators, right? Clash, Echo, other operators that we don't tend to see in lineups, they have the mental advantage. So say for instance, they flash the Clash in 6 offer to much to your dismay. I mean, what did Veggie Patch do? Because they don't know whether to try and counter her, they don't know how they're going to approach it, and then they start to work and move around with trepidation, trying to make sure that they somehow have to deal with a Clash that really isn't there, or an Echo as well, looking for his Yokai drones, for instance.
Yeah. Well, they're finally completing their very awkward rotation of kitchen, penthouse, then hookah. Combat Wombats. Not something you anticipate, and potentially part of that is what's throwing Veggie Patch off. Whatever it is, they are on the back foot in every regard. They've probably got like 4 different feet that are all back at the moment, which is not a great position to be in.
Well, I mean, they've got 2 feet back right now, and that is in the form of 2 rounds, but we need to see if this continues. Obviously, well, I don't even know what the kind of goal or idea is here from Veggie Patch and what they want to do, because we're at 2 minutes 15, they're starting to drone out into office. Obviously, gaining downstairs control is great, but realistically, when you look towards the vertical pressure that you can, or the vertical destruction you can do, they don't really have Buck. They've got Ash.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Maybe Zofia as well. But if they were doing this take right now, I would expect Buck to be in play.
Yeah, I mean, he's not banned. Like, you could use him if you're doing this take. They've opted for a bunch of different operators. Maybe they're not as comfortable with the weaponry or whatever it is. They've not gone for him. They've got some basic angles open, taking out some simple utility, but not very much, and half of the round is gone. They've taken no defenders. They've not cleared any of the roam. So as soon as they push in through blue, they are vulnerable to anybody walking in across Aqua and luggage area possible. It's very bizarre. Thankfully, the Nomad is there to lock it down nice and early. But it's not the most comfortable to leave in that position.
No.
Especially with Combat Wombats, who can now retake the verticals from underneath, as that's completely abandoned by Veggie Patch early on, if they want to rotate and try and use that. There's no Echo opted for this time, a lot of denial, mostly for the Smoke, who can't use that glitch anymore. He's going to have to go relatively close with the shotgun here. 10 centimeters picks up the first, and here he swings, he gets the supporting player first, and then the planter, once it's stuck, 2 versus 5, not the worst position to be in either way for Combat Wombats. They get a flawless round, 2 kills straight after the plant. Wow. I mean, Veggie Patch, they walked in the 3 areas of the map that were given to them. They took them and didn't really do too much with it. They managed to get a plant down, but the coverage was non-existent.
Well, Ebac, I'm going to have to use some old patter here. Ready? Some old jokes. Veggie Patch are turning to compost with the way that they're playing right now. And it's the best. It is genuinely the best analogy you can use for us, because it has been absolutely woeful in the past 3 rounds. Combat Wombats haven't even looked as if they're going to break a sweat in this map so far.
No.
Every single time, they've just waited, played it perfectly, not peeked out, not got aggressive, and now Veggie Patch, you look out of options, honestly.
I mean, the fact that the Smoke can swing that corner and not be mowed down by the sledge immediately is bizarre. The fact that he can finish him with the shotgun from that range that quickly, and then swing and miss 1 shot on the planting player and nobody else is there to support.
Yeah,
I don't know I don't know where the rest of the team are or what they're kind of trying to do in that position, but they didn't have enough control of the map. It's so one-sided from Veggie Patch on these executes. When they're pushing towards, for example, they were trying to do the top floor attack on Penthouse. They went direct via kind of VIP guitar with no split pressure to mess up this Clash. I think Clash is the perfect operator to punish this style of play for Veggie Patch.
Yeah, without a doubt. And on top of this, Ebac, a question that I'm going to pose, right, is obviously they've switched out IGLs here. Styrksy for
Tsunami, right? No, sorry.
So Errol Grey, So the question I'm asking is, maybe the IGL styles differ between the 2 of them. Obviously, Styrksy's probably IGL longer because he was the team captain. So does that maybe what it comes down to? I'm not too sure.
They'd have been briefed on what to do during this game either way, by whatever staff they have, or just, themselves, the sub for Styrksy. They'll have known that they're coming in and have some maps to prepare. The rest of the team, it shouldn't be too impacted by one player. We saw, even Proctor on the last game, they lost it and it wasn't brilliant from his team, but put up a decent performance either way. It didn't seem like they were missing their subman too much. Earl Grey is down early on whilst trying to assume vertical control. Swings into bathroom and he drops in and is taken down. So's the supporting player. 10 centimeters from underneath, uses the down as bait. Gorgeous play, and Brendan could be picked off as well. No, safe play from the Melusi. No need to get a bit overboard. Earl Grey will be revived, so the man count isn't too bad for Veggie Patch until he immediately falls down again. Because guess who? Dicta is there inside of theatre.
Yeah. What a shot! Second one coming up. Can they all line up? This is the question. Well, they certainly look likely as now. Goes down Tsunami, Spacey Bobcat, left with it all to do. Diffuser in pocket, runs straight into Dicta. Flawless round. Are we going to see a second 7-0 of Season 3?
Oh my. This is bizarre. Dicta, when I hear Dicta, I think the German word Dichter, which means poet, and just ending rounds with rhymes and just wonderful. There's definitely something in there for that from Dicta. Incredible play. Like the strategy as well. Of course, it's most of the team. It's the supporting staff. IGL does a lot of work and a lot of individual work within their rounds to help things out. Combat Wombats are, I've said, steamrolling their opposition quite a few times in, potentials of what can happen today, but finally we are seeing it.
Yeah, without a doubt. And what a team to do it. We saw it almost. We didn't see
Cairo, it may be the first of the month. They are not pinching or punching their opposition. They are demolishing them.
Well, something we need to say here, back is, well, Combat Wombat showed signs of doing this yesterday. Yet, fair enough, a couple of rounds that they did end up losing out because their opponents started to wake up a small bit, or they maybe the Wombats hadn't woken up themselves. But Eback, right now, Wombats are showing their true strengths, and maybe yesterday was just a warm up, and they're kind of putting a target on their back right now and saying we are real contenders to move up into the final.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Sure, definitely. They've got the individual players who are pulling out those moments that look fantastic, but they're not being stretched. They're not being challenged, even slightly. The Veggie Patch aren't. They're not playing Siege right now. They're putting the right lineups out. They're going towards the building, looking like they might do something, and then they just aren't offering it up. I'm not sure. It's got to be something psychological because there's no other explanation right now.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, they certainly don't look. Something that we need to talk about here, though, is Wombats have been to all 4 different sites on this map. They've been to Penthouse. They went Kitchen, Penthouse, Hookah. I think what was it? Where were we last time? Kitchen, and then now we're down back into double. We're down into double bar this time. So it shows how diverse they are on this map and how well drilled that this team are. And way drilling bullets through Icy's head. They just. I mean, they'll be looking like they don't want to be here.
There's no need to show their hand on necessarily everything else and then deal with the consequences. The peak's coming out everywhere from Combat Wombats. You expect it on Coastline, but somehow it still catches off Veggie Patch every time. They spawn in one of the most dangerous areas and get punished thoroughly for anything. Dicta is on 11-0. We're on round 5, and there's 2 minutes left to play.
This is crazy. This is honest. I don't think that Veggie Patch, apart from maybe the first round where they took too long, have actually got past round like the 2-minute mark.
Curse the commentator. There we go.
Yeah, I was just going to say, haven't got past the 2-minute mark with 5 men on the board.
I mean, saying that, there have only been 4 deaths for Combat Wombats, and we're in a 4-2 near the end of round 5. It is remarkable. I mean, I was saying with the gunfights, Combat Wombats really got into it during the end of the last game. Veggie Patch need to be on it. They haven't looked convincing at all. Only a handful of them getting a kill or 2 here and there. Weiwei continues the spree, gets to the 5-0, still just rocking the flawless record, and Spacey Bobcat, last man standing to deal with 4. And it's round taken by Combat Wombats, I'm 100% sure at this point. And there we go, 10 centimeters seals it, just slugging around with a shotgun.
It's really hard to analyse. It is really hard to...
Do the basics, Veggie Patch. They've got to realise at this point, whoever the IGL jumping in is, whether they are not experienced generally or whether they're not experienced with these players and, kind of how to fit in with them. You just say, let's do the basics. Drone stuff out, go for a simple plan that we know works, and try and execute it with the best operators for the job. Currently, they are not doing that. 5-0 down. They get 1 back, they might be able to clutch on, I guess, defensive strategies that they have. We've not seen any of this kind of one-plan action that you were talking about previously, which is the perfect way to defeat Combat Wombats, but currently they have no clue on how to do such a thing.
It seems to be the case here, Eback, and we are something. I think we're around the 20-minute mark in this match so far. And while we're on the 20-minute mark, Eback, it really starts to get worrying. Are we going to see the fastest coastline ever in Buell? Do you think that could possibly happen?
Certainly. I would not be surprised to see Combat Wombats definitely take the 6-0 on the defense. It might take them time to get things sorted on attack, and Veggie Patch could get some momentum in and figure, having the prep phase to wander around, set stuff up, decide what you want to do. That is quite relaxing. As a side, it can give you a bit of a breather. That could be all it takes just to get Veggie Patch a round or 2, but even then, it's going to be fast. This is merciless, especially from Weiwei and Dicta, who have not stopped rolling from that previous game of Chalet.
I think I think something that we have to say and give commendations for further to Combat Wombats is the respect they're showing to their opponents. Yeah, sure, they're not playing well, but they're just being merciless in that aspect and just saying, right, well, we're just going to go home. We're going to go run through our strats and just try and get the map finished up as quickly as possible, and fair play to them.
They look hungry.
Yeah.
You know, they've walked into this veggie patch and they want to eat up everything they can find. They want the victory. They're, you know, devouring their opposition like a rabid wombat. I don't know if wombats even eat veggies, but if they do, that's a perfect analogy for this game.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Do you know what? Ebac, let's check. Do they eat?
Yes, have a look. See if they're carnivorous or not. I don't know. Either way, Veggie Patch, last chance on the attack. We have returned over to Hookah. Now they managed to get the plant down here. That's their one thing they've had positive so far in this game at all. The coverage was not there. They cleared out underneath, didn't find any roamers, didn't get any kills until the plant was already down, and didn't cover it very well. I'm going to hope that they've learned from that, and they will assault a bit more directly. Weiwei is in a very different spot this time. He's swapped around with 10 centimeters actually, but they're on the same operator, so the smoke could be impactful from a different angle. I think probably a safe move at this point, given the fights that were taking place. They could use 10 centimeters on his current gunning spree as well to do such a thing. Weiwei can now deny remotely, and here he goes. Toonami's going to try and stick it through the smoke and is killed for it. A very big risk, but I suppose it puts the pressure on Combat Wombats to get these frags. And Earl Grey strikes a second.
Yes, well, he does pick up, and all the frags are being won out by Veggie Patch, and I say that Dicta pops off here, and well, Earl Grey on this rappel is doing some work. Bianca and Weiwei, they make it just Weiwei with one smoke in hand, in pocket. Can they win out this Veggie Patch? They need this round. It will be huge. It will give them a lifeline when they move on to defense, and well, a lovely pistol shot, and Earl Grey, he puts Combat Wombats into the dirt. Well played from them, and well, Ebac, we have a lifeline for Veggie Patch.
I'm surprised that worked against Combat Wombats. They did exactly the same thing as last time, and there was no readjustment, which kind of indicates that Combat Wombats took their foot off the gas ever so slightly there. No roaming is an issue, especially on coastline. That being said, if you've taken 5 rounds on a defense, I'm not really on perfect grounds to be insulting you in any way whatsoever. They sit in a perfect position, 1 round away, just the one from overtime at the very least, with which they will be very comfortable. Hookah Lounge and Billiards will be the first attempt for Veggie Patch. A very unique lineup to deal with it on top, and I'm expecting a good bit of spread, a very different setup to the Wombats.
Well, Ebac, we have our answer. It has came through.
Oh yes, what?
It's came through the grapevine, and well, Wombats love carrots, so there we go. They do love eating vegetables.
I'm in danger then.
For God's sake.
But either way, I think that's pretty fair. They are kind of looking rather carroty right now in Wombat's eyes, but that's 1 round struck back. Veggie Patch have hope. They can fight it back from here. 4 rounds down, we've seen crazier things. I mean, we've seen crazier things against them in their previous game, of course, so they are fully aware it can happen. Why not in their favor? We'll see what defensive strategies they can offer up. They seemed very focused on the verticals, on the attacks themselves, and they are playing that position as well on their defensive side. So they clearly have some sort of set plan here. It's not as confused and bimbly as they're attacking, thankfully. Combat Wombat, similar to their defensive plans, they do seem to have a very quick plan getting into work of their own, which is clearing across the northeast side of the map and pushing across rather laterally on the 2nd floor, bypassing a lot of Veggie Patch's roaming work down there.
Yeah, without doubt, it's well read into by Combat Wombats. We said before that the IGL and in general strategy from Combat Wombats is pretty, I'd say pretty impressive, but I say below, he'll be one to maybe throw up a little C4, catch some players off, only to see. I do have confirmation from Sticks. He did say that Veggie are a defending team with a couple of exclamation marks.
Yes.
So we'll need to see if this is true, as, well, Combat Wombats, they're droning out and trying to find where all these naughty roamers are.
And to be fair, both of these sides are defending teams to quite a degree. They're not the most overly aggressive sides. As I say that, Earl Grey goes for an incredibly, I think, reckless move there. Didn't really need to go for that move and was punished for it easily. 10 centimeters finds a second on Spacey Bobcat with a nice nade toss. I'm not 100% sure where that engagement took place. Either way, full map control almost, it seems, bar the site area for the attackers with a 5-3 advantage. They are very primed for a plant if they want to go for it. They're just kind of repositioning themselves. A little stall whilst they figure out exactly what they're dealing with deep inside. They don't need to rush.
Yeah, and this is it. Oh, that C4 could be what hinders them if they don't go for the plant soon. eBay. Oh, I say soon, but in general, fast sense. And but saying that, is it going to go through?
No, he's not. Oh, the Mozzie's not aware.
Oh.
It's too late. The plant is stuck. He does get the refrag, but down goes Brendan. 2 versus 3. Thankfully, Icy finds another, and Tsunami joins the party. 2 versus 2. A way back in for Veggie Patch. Tsunami's going to try and stick it whilst Icy can cover. He is there to do such a thing. Weiwei's down. Where is Volcanoid? Where is your Sophia? She's stuck outside. There's no way in. Veggie Patch rescue another round in a row.
Absolutely huge that round for Veggie Patch. They stay alive within this match, and maybe eBay, just maybe, they could make a comeback. Oh
Volcanoid
no,
got stuck.
That's unfortunate. That is so unfortunate for Wombats. Well, 5-2 is the scoreline here at eBay, and we do head to kitchen service. And well, the question I asked to you is, with Combat Wombats essentially almost winning that one out and kind of throwing it, do you think Veggie Patch could make this comeback?
It's definitely possible. They look a different team already on the defensive side. Obviously, as we've just heard, they're a defensive side. I don't think they'll ever be secure with a 5-1 loss on any half on any map, in particular. But it's still fine. The fact that they got themselves that first one before the switch is massive. It's just given them the ever so slightest ability to fight their way back in. I'm loving the adjustment within the lineups as well. The traps brought by Veggie Patch is fantastic to punish any slowness or lack of intel for Combat Wombats, but I very much doubt that. That's one of the things they are best at. We saw it even when they were losing and struggling on Cafe. Their intel play on the attack is very good. Dokkaebi on top is really going to help.
Yeah, without a doubt, identifying these roamers, and well, they certainly do like to roam Veggie Patch. We saw that, we never saw it, but we saw a couple of lurkers, for instance, Icy Below and Harambe or Aero Grey. He was playing in towards luggage here a bit. So I do think that this could punish Veggie Patch a huge amount, especially with players sitting below and maybe giving away the positions if we do see vertical pressure coming through from Combat Wombats.
Well, early round, Combat Wombats, they just got to make sure they can clear out some of these players, especially Icy, because so many impactful plays within the last round. I think the difference is they're looking confident in gunfights as well for the first time this game. So many rounds of barely finding a single one onto a lot of these guys. But now you're seeing at least a couple of deaths for each of the players on the attacking side, one of which is Dicta's actually miraculously died 3 times, but continues that killing spree, finds the 15th. We're at the beginning of round 8. Oh, well, no further in this one. Earl Grey gets one more in response, but is immediately pushed. Of course, Weiwei's in close support. It's almost bizarre that the Kapkan wasn't quite as ready for that as he might have been. Vertical control taken and a man advantage. Despite losing Dicta, Combat Wombats will be very happy.
Yeah, without a doubt. And Milik, they're going to keep getting happier, running through these Kapkan traps. A bit worrying there, but at the end of the day, they are 2 men up, so they're not going to be complaining. But where are these frost mats being placed? I've not seen whereabouts, but imagine this could be another hindrance for the Combat Wombats, as we have seen them run through Kapkan traps. But whether this continues again is another story, as we do see a Sledge deciding to just rip up the floorboards. I mean, all English Scotchmen, we know we like to hammer things away, and whether that continues is, well, we'll need to see, because he'll be looking to try and take up a post-plant situation. Watch over for where this diffuser is going to come in, as there is one player on towards the rotate and one on sinks.
Still a good amount of time for the Wombats, though, and think about those projectiles as well. They've not used any of them. They got the smokes, the stuns, 4 frag grenades to use, and they've not not even needed to pull them out yet. Another kill comes in favor of 10 centimeters. Left to Spacey Bobcat, alone inside the site, pushing in from numerous angles. It's just hot. It's terrifying to look at. He's gonna have to try and stop this plant nice and quick. Very little he can do if it is stuck, certainly, from this position. And it is backing off. Very smart from the defenders. Nades thrown everywhere. Why not? You've got them in spades. 10 centimeters gets another vertical kill. A great Sledge performance. Whew. That was a nice pre-fire by the looks of it.
Yeah, it was just a great performance in general here, Ebac.
Match point.
6-2. We're on match point. We thought we were going to get onto it last round, but, well, that didn't happen, so why wait any longer?
Normal service resumed that round.
Oh, no. Did you mean to make that joke?
No.
Because we were on service entrance?
No! Damn it! I'm just so naturally hilarious, I didn't realise.
Ebac, we go, well, you could say that normal service continues to resume as we do go back to the kitchen and service entrance.
Well, we'll see if Veggie Patch can cook something interesting up with this kitchen hold. They certainly brought a good array of operators. Obviously they've learned from that Kapkan. I don't think that was the smartest pick. I think one of them did work earlier on, but it's not really enough for an operator. I think Harambe would be smarter going for the Legion. It's a good move. Still opting for the Frost for a late move in. We didn't really see that come into play too much, with a double mat on the main window as well. The same thing that Combat Wombats did themselves. It's rare you see a team fall to their own strategy.
You see
that's an odd one.
You say that though.
Well, they shouldn't.
Yeah. Come on, Ebac, Caster's cursed.
Yes, certainly. But Volcanoid, at least, he's bringing along the Monty. I like the switch from Combat Wombats. Despite winning this site, you can relatively comfortably expect a reattempt here of Kitchen. But they brought something different themselves, which is nice to see. I'm expecting to see him over by service entrance. That's really the only place you push with a Monty over on this site. And it does seem that is what's happening. So maybe a bit more of a frog-style move from Combat Wombats.
Certainly seems to be the case. Well, Dicta, she's certainly not...
Wait, what's the Frost doing? She's looking the wrong way as the plant's going down. Dicta gets 2, but is shut down in support of the Monty. He's still covering this plant comfortably, and down it goes. A 3 versus 4. This could be one of the quickest maps we've seen in BUAL in quite some time, especially during the playoffs. If Earl Grey has nothing to say about it, he's going for a pinch with Icy from the main gate, and he gets 1 kill, Icy. And a second one. Earl Grey jumps up, takes down the Monty. A refrag, double refrag from Combat Wombats, leaves Brendan as the final man. 18 seconds between him and Map in the favour of Wombats. Dear me.
Well, 3 seconds about to tick away, and we have confirmation. There it is, the 1 versus 1 being won out by Weiwei. He's clutched it up. Well played by the Wombats for this map as a whole, and well,
I'm perplexed.
Yeah, there is so many things.
All of our prep in terms of this game, like, all the research we've done and the games we've casted about these teams recently, did not indicate this in the slightest. I don't think you can ever predict a game like that. I mean, one or two of the side of the losers did kind of. I want to say they kind of showed themselves a little bit and gave us some good moments. There were 1 or 2. They're more on the fortunate side, though. It was domination from Combat Wombats. Map 2, Chalet.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. Chalet with Combat Wombats. That was the map where I wasn't sure for Combat Wombats.
Yeah.
Now we go on to one of their stronger maps, and a map that they've played recently and really well.
Without a doubt. And this is it, Ebac. You're now slowly starting to kind of get into the deep waters here for Veggie Patch. And I mean, vegetables, they love some water, but when you get to the deep end here at EBAC, well, it doesn't look good. We could end up with a couple of drowned vegetables.
Definitely. Drowned Vegetables. That is a band
Yeah.
name. I'm going to note that down. Either way, we'll be back in just about 5 minutes or so for the second map, because this might be a very quick one. Hello everybody, we're back right on into the action. Chalet is underway. I'm Ebac, of course, and I'm joined by Cairo. Hello.
Oh, hello. Well, we don't get to see our faces, unfortunately, Ebac, but you want to know what we're getting straight into. I mean, see, to be fair, I did get a. I didn't. I was going to pretend that like a lot of people would send me abuse about saying that people want to look at my face, but apparently, I don't want to try and like gaslight the community. That would be terrible.
Definitely not. Anyway, we start out with a very predictable Thatcher ban right at the beginning. Veggie Patch, they offered it previously. I wouldn't be surprised if we got the standard bans from Wombats, like Flores, like we saw in their previous game. They've gone for it again. It's slowing down this game quite a bit, which almost I think they might be better served not doing, because they're attacking. It wasn't perfect with their previous game of Chalet. It was good, but one of the issues was they didn't have an operator like Flores. I think they could actually be better served by bringing him.
Without a doubt, and well, they really aren't changing things up here. Valkyrie getting banned out Ebac, so that Information Queen has. Well, she's not just going to get into the map at all. She doesn't get to visit the French Alps. It is the French Alps, isn't it?
Yes.
It
Yes.
is the French Alps, yeah. No,
Yes.
I'm just gonna say, I mean, how great would it be to go to the French Alps? It would just be amazing. Like the scenery that you see for Chalet just looks. Have you been?
I've been, numerous times.
Oh yeah. Well, Cade, he's not going to get to go as well. He can go back to Morocco and enjoy himself out there. Well, the ban phase has been concluded. Thatcher, Flores, Valkyrie, and Cade. So with that
Veggie
being
Patch Moroccan the bans.
Oh no.
Dear me. That's the worst one of the day. Anywho, yes, Cairo, carry on. What was going on?
Well, I was just going to say, pretty standard bans, nothing tier 2 crazy. Cade can hide his claws, Valkyrie hide her cameras, Flores, he'll try and hide his drones, but I mean, you can't hide when things go booming. Thatcher, well, he's great at getting rid of all utility, the same as Flores. Nothing crazy. We did see a 7-2 on the last map, and well, here, Ebac, the question is, we do head to Master Bedroom and Office, and with Combat Wombats attacking first, they are pretty confident on the attack here. So, will they be able to keep going? I mean,
it's a matter of efficiency. That's the thing. Veggie Patch, if they've watched their previous game yesterday, they will know. If they slow them down enough, they can do a decent job. Harambe, it's not Earl Grey even, not quite. Captain doesn't really do that job. Maybe a tiny bit in terms of Combat Wombats might have to do. I mean, a hypothetical team might have to drone more than they would to get rid of traps. Combat Wombats do that enough already. I don't think that will impact them directly too much. It's mostly for that bit of damage so that Veggie Patch can win more of these fights, because they haven't done. It is just Icy, mostly, within their lineup, who is doing a lot of the hard work in that regard. And that is not enough. That is definitely not enough.
No, it's certainly not. And well, Ebac, if you want to talk about Icy, we've got to talk about how ice cold Combat Wombats were on that last map. And well, if this continues, this is going to be a very quick one, and we can all go home very early. But I imagine
good they got a nice fur coat.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, it's a very icy map.
Keep them warm. It's Right, I'm trying to just kind of look through the map and figure out where Veggie Patch are. They do have a roaming player in the basement over by Astro. I think that's to counter a move across that side of the map, a north move from Combat Wombats, which they've certainly done before. That was their first attack against Frogs, if you remember from the previous game, where there were definitely some issues around that area. I believe they were caught off by a pulse or two in that area in the game, but they've gone very direct. They've gone for a library move. And there's nobody there. Actually, no. Actually, it's the same. Sorry, it's the same. Their first attack of this in the previous round was this. And actually, Frogs went really aggressive, and it was really chaotic. This time, they can sit much more comfortably. The vertical play from the is that the Rooney downstairs underneath in kitchen, or is that Earl Grey?
I'm not too sure.
I would expect it to be the Capcan. Yes, it is the Capcan. Sitting there nice and comfortable, waiting to C4 late on if a plant does go down. I'm surprised we've not seen any engagements within the first minute and a half, given that the breach is open, and already it's looking comfortable for Combat Wombats.
Yeah, it really is, and already look at this, they're using up smokes. 10 seconds at a time they can kind of, I guess, negate an area and stop people pushing through, but eBack, if you use them early, that leaves so much time at the end of the round for people to just execute, and, well, Combat Wombats, they just keep getting better as time goes on, and it just gets more and more worrying for Veggiepatch, just like a vegetable going out of date.
And much like a wombat, just get better with age.
Much more wiser. They're becoming the wise wombats. Oh, what a name that would have been! Wise Wombats.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That sounds phonetically.
I mean, yeah, it works. I think they're living up to the combat in their name, though, right now.
Yeah,
as I say, that Space Catch strikes one back. The one animal. Actually, no, there are two animals, I guess, technically, on the Veggiepatch's team to strike one back and make that two. Earl Grey picks up one. A huge. An advantage still kept, during this move. 20 seconds remain. 2 versus 2 of standing men. The Capcan can't be revived, and where's the Maestro looking? The move from Piano isn't covered. Thankfully, Bobcat is there, strikes back for 1. Left just to Volcanoid.
Well, eBat, she's able to actually swing that corner, trying to find the last players. 2 seconds remaining, and no, it looks as if... What, the bug rotate? Oh, that's unfortunate. Well... Looks as if it's just well played by the defenders there. They were able to retreat as easy as that. It would help if next time when you throw it to me that I actually unmute my microphone and properly cast rather than casting into thin air into the void. But, well, we move to Wine Cellar and Snowmobile and eBack. This isn't the normal meta site. With Wine Cellar and Snowmobile Garage, it usually goes in favour of these attackers, so this could be a questionable... Oh, Tsunami.
It's the lack of Mira ban, I think. It's quite an interesting one. She was banned out on Combat Wombat's last appearance here. I think they were kind of slow enough anyway. Veggiepatch did not provide enough delay in any way. There were a lot of misplays throughout that round consistently. I think Bobcat just made the difference. He kept them in it with very important kills and refrags at the right moments.
Yeah. Well, we'll need to see if this again can continue. And well, with that vector and capable hands of Earl Grey, eBack, this could actually be a decent hold. We'll need to see how Combat Wombats attack this, though. I mean, they've been very well drilled so far, and everything else that they've done, but whether this continues again is a different question entirely. And well, what Stixie told us that Veggiepatch are a defending team, and they are actually on a defender side in map, so maybe Coastline was just a little bit of a blip in terms of the defensive side, but certainly didn't look like a blip when they were on the attack.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
eBack think tank.
I'm trying to think. I don't know. I mean, part of it is that I'm very tired from the crazy game we already saw today. The Deviants going nuts. It was a crazy back and forth cafe. And then whatever happened on Coastline has kind of absolutely taken me for a while. I have no idea what to think now. Trade, either way. A kill for each side. Sorry, as Wei trades with Bobcat early on in the round. Not a huge impact. I mean, good potential for both operators late on in the round, but both gone. It's an even trade.
Yeah, even all round.
Why is Earl Grey up there? That's an interesting spot, especially to be all by himself. Will net one for it. Down goes Volcanoid. No supporting player in close proximity. Dicta is too far away to get a direct refrag. It's a bit risky to give herself away also in this spot. A lot of pressure downstairs from the hard breaches. Dicta is all alone. I'm not sure she can afford to really take this fight, as there's now support for the mirror. They're flanking around above as well. The move's going inside the breach, I believe. Did I see the Maverick run in there?
No, he's
no,
on
he's
West
running
Green.
across. He did pick up a kill though, so it's a 3 versus 3 with a minute and a half left.
Yep, well, there is a mirror on the hatch. Oh no, wait, sorry, never mind, I'm talking nonsense. All the players above are dead. There is that hatch above, though, that can really hinder procession into this site, but, well, I don't think that will be the case, considering the 2 remaining players is 1 on pillar and 1 in blue. 2 key positions, great crossfire, but can it continue? Doesn't seem to be the case as the Rooney swings with a big, massive question mark from me. That nearly gave up her position, and more question marks. What are players doing? Finally, we get a refrag from Bionk and Will Tsunami on their Rooney with that P10 Rooney. Will be looking to try and pick up players, and well, there's information being fed to this Rooney. Oh no, don't.
Oh.
What?
I don't know how Bionk wins that. He wins it with another question mark. But thankfully, it works out for the attacking side. They take themselves the second round. That's 1-1 on the score. An odd series of events. It came very close the whole way through. Not much to separate teams. But in the end, Combat Wombat's just edging it out, almost a bit luckily there.
Yeah, it really was. And, well, we'll need to see... eBack, well... The thing is, though, Veggie have made a real resurgence in the pack belt. If you think from the last map, they started to come into it in Coastline, and it was just a tad too late. Maybe it's just a matter of the fact they haven't woke up just yet. I mean, they've been trading out consistently all through this map so far. Wombats, again, we could say are slightly lucky, but maybe not so much. Whether they can win it on Bower Game is a different story entirely, but one thing is for certain, statistically, it is going the way that we expect it to, in the form of the defenders win the first round, and then the fact that they went bottom floor, we expected the attackers to win it, and they did so.
So?
They did win it.
Oh!
Yeah.
I thought you were using it in a different way. I was like, oh, what's the next incisive point you're making? Just that was a very dramatic pause. Either way, we got a bar and games coming out. Now, I still have kind of PTSD-style flashbacks from Combat Wombats' defenses here yesterday, where Frogs rushed it twice in a row with the same plan.
Oh, yeah.
I have no idea what's going on there. Hopefully no such thing from Wombats. I mean, they've seen what can work and what cannot work from those types of moves, and they are instead moving across from the north, doing a clear of, I imagine, the second and first floors simultaneously, which is a smart move. The Gemini is also giving the position away, tucked in very close here, of the Aruni. It will do a bit of a threatening punch towards Fireplace before she absconds.
Abscond?
Am I not using that correctly?
No, I've never. No, I've never heard that word.
Just to get out.
Ah, right, okay. I never knew that word before. As I say before, I'm Scottish. So...
Abscond. Leave hurriedly and secretly.
Ah,
so, yeah.
Right, okay. I'm not a big reader, so that's my excuse there. And, well, anyway, as we waffle on, it seems as if the Combat Wombats, again, aren't doing anything too crazy, but they're doing things well. They've opened up a rotate between the 2 sites so they can move safely and not try and engage anybody who would potentially be in towards Piano or peeking in that area. And now they are trying to breach in towards the square. Oh, they're doing a lot of utility towards Ivy Stairs.
Is Brendan going to abandon that this early? I hope for his sake he comes back up. With a lot of pressure, obviously he was evading that concussion's effect and didn't want to have a fight at that moment. Thankfully, the defense do pick up one. Tsunami uses the Roni to great effect. Elusive play earlier in the round, dancing around and then backing off to a more safe position and finding a kill. It's a great start. 1 minute 10 remains for the attackers. Man disadvantage, lots of players all over the place. But finding one from the hatch inside of Bar, a mistake from the Maestro, an important operator to lose at this point. No use for him late on in the round. The Evil Eyes will still be there, and thankfully Tsunami can use them, because he is absolutely popping off this round.
Well, he certainly is popping off here. And well, Ebac, Combat Wombat's losing two key players, two key stakeholders in the form of a Twitch and a Zofia. I guess we did see Volcanoid commit our utility to the top of stairs, but has all of Call Me Dicta's drones been set out? Have they all been used? It's going to be questionable, and well, they are going to be able to pick up that frag. That's key. That will be key for the push coming through. 20 seconds remaining, and the frag grenade goes out. But can they get the diffuser down? That's the question I ask as Weiwei drops another. And well, they need to drop this diffuser, this case soon. Plenty of players are trying to gain into sight. The Legion getting dropped. It's all up to Earl Grey after a triple from Weiwei. And he's actually repositioned himself upstairs. Picks up the Maverick. The diffuser is going down. He needs to find the Maverick. If he can win the round, but no! The 45-second timer has begun. He needs to try and find one. He does so, and now it's down to a 1 versus 1. A double kill for Earl Grey. He tries to reposition himself, going towards Fireplace. A drone there will give away his position. Drops down, that's questionable, but now pushes through the Renegade, giving away his position. Players already know as they see the bullets being traded on a pinch of HP, flings out an impact to try and distract the opponent, but will it work?
I was gonna say, he could use that on the wall in front. He needs to get to this diffuser. He doesn't have very long. 12 seconds remain. He needs to find this player. He doesn't know where Beyond is. There's not enough time, definitely, and he won't even secure the kill. Round taken by the attacking side. It came rather close thanks to a very strong effort from the Wamai late, but a lot of the work was already done in the early round. Combat Wombats could sit relatively comfortably on that 3-man advantage. And they're starting to get into their stride again. It's not quite coastline levels of strong. Veggie Patch are offering up stuff of their own, which is good to see. But they still look a little bit on top.
Yeah, they do look on top. Master Bedroom next for Master Bedroom Office, and well, Ebac, if there's anything to go off the past couple of rounds, it probably will be a Combat Wombat round, because they seem to be able to rescue everything from Veggie Patch's grasp, and whatever they do. Obviously the first round did go in favour of Veggie Patch, but if there's anything to go off of here, that is the fact that Combat Wombats actually really adapt well to their opponents. We saw that in the last matchup, but if that continues, is another big question mark from myself.
Alrighty, Rue. Veggie Patch, what have you got to show us? Well, they're opting for a very familiar sight over here, and a pretty similar lineup yet again. They're not bringing that Kapkan along. I think they've given up on that. It's not been working out brilliantly for them. Instead, the Malusi's here, which is nice, as well as the Goyo from Earl Grey, who currently looking to maybe stop this library entry nice and early. You can open vertical angles towards both the windows, or maybe just open the hatch and use it in that regard to catch off people who don't drone properly. Still don't think that's going to be the case. Combat Wombats seem to have been aware of the majority of things that they're coming up against so far today. Interested to see what they're going for. They are definitely going for their second plan. I do like this versatility in terms of the way that Combat Wombats attack a lot of these sites. They always have at least 2 standard plans that they alternate between.
Yeah, it seems as if they've got an array of options for what they want to do and try and catch off opponents. Do one thing one time, and well, they can switch up on a dime, and well, that could really catch players off. A frag grenade being pulled there, but doesn't need anything. Yes, 10 centimetre with a great kill there. And well, that will certainly help when they try to push in towards Solarium here. Ebac is Dicta so close to the other players. Yes, there goes Goyo. And well, they've certainly opened up Solarium for themselves.
Oh, thankfully a refrag comes out from Brendan inside a bathroom, keeping the chances alive somewhat for Veggie Patch, but their attention is split. They have a lot of different things to be looking at, and thankfully there is no roaming presence to really irritate any sort of library move, so it could be an entry from the rest of the team, but the man advantage is gone now with Weiwei being taken out. 2 players still sitting outside Solarium Repel is odd. I noted this yesterday with Bjonk sitting in that position in a 3 versus 2 and then leaving it until he was the final man. This time Volcanoid gets a nice bit of an advantage and can hopefully split some presence, or at least they've got time to regroup and make a different push, because this is not a good idea, I don't think, from from Bjonk. Actually, to be fair, the passive angles being held now from the 2 remaining defenders allow them the security, so that's wrong.
Yeah, well, the thing is, though, that what the point of sitting on that rappel is to kind of push, stop anybody pushing out of Solarium, and also, on top of that, maybe any angles that will be potentially held. A lovely pre-fire through the wall. Maybe they had already had the information, but there goes Icy, and Spacey Bobcat left with it all to do, holding a very long angle into Bathroom. I can imagine will be pushed out of there very, very quickly as well. No repositionings come out here, eBack, and attackers win that round. Vulcanoid picking up 2 frags from outside, and Bjonk with a nice free fire to win that for them.
Yeah, I had my reservations about that particular plan, but either way, it worked out well for Combat Wombats. Their opposition kind of played into their hands, to be fair. I think potentially a bit more aggression from Veggiepatch might have worked well for them, or the complete opposite, which is passive. They kind of went for an in-between, and that didn't help. In terms of what their opposition were doing, because they were preying upon any mistakes that the defense would make. Master Bedroom Office will be attempted again by Veggiepatch. That's quite a few times now, and I'm yet to be thoroughly convinced. The roaming presence is nothing, and given that even Frogs in their up and down performance did irritate their opposition. I can remember David Bob dancing around on the Jaeger once or twice, catching off Combat Wombats. I'm a bit surprised we haven't seen that yet. I'm hoping we will now.
Potentially, this is what we're hoping to see from Veggiepatch. And well, eBack, the thing is though, I have to disagree with it. I quite like the Combat Wombat take. It's very consulate-esque, I would have to say, in the way that they are trying to play this backside take, with the fact that they're sitting on rappels, pressuring the defenders, trying to make sure that the players just kind of almost start taking steps back, because if they take a step forward, well, there is a player waiting to shoot them out. I mean, you think towards it, the admin take on Consulate that you tend to see come out from these players as well. It's something similar to that.
Final thing I'll say on the topic is just that there is nothing in the middle making anything happen. All they are doing is waiting for mistakes from the defense, and there's no one forcing the mistake. It's like sitting on vertical control on Cafe bottom floor. Like, you can't do anything unless someone's actually on the first floor forcing these defenders into the angles. It was kind of similar there. Fortunately, it worked out just enough for Combat Wombats. They extend their advantage to a 3-1, and they're looking for this 4th here if Veggiepatch don't learn from these mistakes that they've been making. We head back to a traditional Combat Wombats library take, moving across Fluke as well. Just a simple drone, nobody there, off we go, no problem. And there isn't any roaming presence again. There is, I don't believe there's that much verticality either as of yet. That is the one option for Veggiepatch that can help them late on with the C4s available. But other than that, it should play out pretty much like the first round, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, well, we'll need to see if that is, again, the case. Well, there is one player in towards Piano, a pretty natural position that always ends up getting taken up, but not a shield to support. That could be one in for later in the round when all the utility dump does come through from the Combat Wombats. But, again, might not happen, as we see here. The Ace is going to start placing those Selmas, and he'll do the exact same breach with a main walk-in breach to the right and a left, just an angle on the left-hand side of that wall. But Omnidictor so close on Piano here, waiting for a pick.
A lot of patience here from many players, but it works in favour of the attackers to begin with. Bjonk gets one. A bit overconfident, tries to find a second, but is shut down for his recklessness. Very smart play from Veggiepatch to make sure that they are ready to get that one. Weiwei strikes next, takes one down, man advantage back to Combat Wombats, but it's a matter of just standard held angles that you expect, and it could be pre-fireable with the right plays here from Combat Wombats. As they have the breach open, they can go almost for a plant. They are vulnerable to the Piano hold. This is where that Flores and Thatcher ban really do come into play.
Well, we'll need to see if that is... But, well, Flores and Thatcher really do well in clearing utility, but so does Rifles. They clear bodies away from position. Tsunami getting ready to swing. 2 players ready and waiting here at eBat. And, well, the plan is starting to go down with just Spacey Bobcat left with it all to do after picking up a nice wee frag.
It was a decent effort, but again, Spacey Bobcat could not save his team this time around on the top floor defense. it's looking rather dire. A map already against Veggie Patch. Round 6, and it is a strong advantage for Combat Wombats. They sit 4-1 in the lead on their attacking side here. We saw yesterday that they're a very good defensive side here. Possibly more than the attacking, so it does not bode well with Veggie Patch's strength being on their defensive side. As Sturksy was saying to you, they're a defensive team. We are not seeing any evidence of that right now. Kitchen and Dining will be opted for as a mix-up. New site, new mood, new spirit, 4-2 split. That's how you can come back. They gave it a decent effort in some regards on Coastline after being 5-1 down. A 4-2 will give them a little bit more confidence, and any sort of confidence is good when you're at ground zero.
Yeah, that's it. And well, eBack, it is 4-1, and well, this particular site's quite interesting, right? Because if we were to compare it to other sites and how it tends to happen, it's more like I would say this is more like a border site where you have to defend the top floor to defend the bottom. You think about it from, say, Vent's side on border, where you see most of the players go up towards that armory, they set all that kind of castle barricades, etc. up, and then they defend it from there. I'd expect Veggie Patch to do something similar with, as we see, Icy moving up above, but surely you would have more commitment of utility here. It doesn't seem to be happening, which could be worrying.
Now, we've got a rigid lineup again from Combat Wombats. They've not seen any need to change it. Even expecting maybe a change in sight as well. It's incredibly versatile to do whatever they need to do. Veggie Patch, they're bringing along this Rook, and we've seen some impactful Rook plays earlier today with Benji in particular striking in my mind from that Consulate game. He can definitely help a team out, especially when not all of you are fragging particularly well. Just giving everybody on the team a little even boost is kind of lovely. It might be what a Lion or a Thinker might do for an attacking side. What, Brendan?
Obviously,
Dick just walked in. I don't understand.
It's just crouch walking. Sometimes you just can't do anything against it.
Yeah.
Well. That's a great bit of analysis from me and eBack that was obviously clearly illustrate what the hell was happening there. There is one player trying to do what I was talking about previously of trying to control the piano area, and well, that is Errol Grey on the P90, but whether that will be the case is another question entirely, as we do see there is plenty of Wombats waiting to see if they can pick up that frag, and they're actually just going to go straight for this breach right now here, eBack, and again, this could maybe worrying, because I mean we could see some vertical, there we go, I was about to say some vertical reconstruction getting done and watch the breach from there, but it's whether the Wombats react to this is another question.
Do they know is another question on top of that, because I'm sure they've heard an impact explosion, but they don't know necessarily where it is. You've got to expect some sort of verticality here, especially if Combat Wombats haven't cleared it out, with a lot of pressure across by Library. Finally, they open the angle towards Harambe, take him down, and the supporting player go for the refrag, and one within the site. It's left to Tsunami. He flanks around, but can't even deal a single blow. Down he goes. Round taken by the combatant Wombatants, and they are looking absolutely fantastic.
Well,
I think they've evolved. They've got wings.
We've got a lovely message from Chief, by the way. I'm not going to repeat it on cast, but thank you, Chief. I just want to give that shout out there. It was to both of us, by the way, eBack. I don't know.
I love Chief.
Yeah, he's such a nice guy. But anyway,
he's brilliant.
Yeah, he's on.
Message me, Chief. I want to talk to you.
He's so handsome. He is so handsome.
I know. I like if you look through the ECS clips of the past, you can see me fall in love with him live on camera. There's a very good clip of that. Yeah. Either way, enough about Chief. Let's get on to some of the action, because we are near the end of this game, and it's not usual that I'd say that once we've just done the split, but with a second successive 5-1 for Combat Wombats, I don't really know what to say. They brought the Clash along. You bring Clash, you win, of course, but on this top floor. They've done such a good job with them in the past. The only advantage I can think of is that Veggie Patch will know what to expect because they saw this exact thing yesterday.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, hopefully that's the case, but the thing is, though, they should expect all the or at least some of the attacks as well. And, well,
Okay.
that definitely was not the case. And, well, the Clash has come out back, and I mean, you've already put the stipulation on it. If you bring the Clash, you win.
Yep, and in coordination with an Ella, quite interesting. I mean, she works with a lot of different operators in bizarre ways. Dicta doing something that I love to see from Combat Wombats: aggression, peeking towards the spawn, something that they very, very rarely do. And that's the sort of thing that can really help them out in these big games. I don't think they really need it at this point, but they can learn some lessons, get some confidence, so that in the bigger games, coming up against some of the upper bracket teams, obviously this actually is an upper bracket team coming on their way down, but once they move through the tournament, they get to the semi-finals and even the final, they can use some of that confidence, some of the lessons they've learned against these teams.
Well, let's see if they can learn
Keep
from
doing
this.
it.
Yeah. Pat on the back. Well done. Well done. You're doing great. Just keep it up. It's like Papa Coach. Papa Coach.
Dicta's flying so fast and just so evasive that you try and pat her on the back and she's gone. She's in the wind. You're patting the dust. Pat the dust. That's an interesting phrase. Either way, I mean, Tsunami bites the dust. A lovely shot from Dicta. Again, disappears into the night.
Great kill there. And well, they've obviously got pings on where Dicta's old position was, because she is no. Maybe she is. What is happening?
Oh my word. An absolute giant on those stairs. Incredible play from Dicta, but unfortunately her inflated size will only make her a bigger target for Icy. Manages to get the refrag eventually. 4 players remain for the defensive side still to deal with.
Well, I mean, that's one less as well there, back, and only 3 left, with one with a big massive shield, and I don't think that's going to be an easy kill to do, especially all on your own with 2 frag grenades and plenty of ADSs to support Weiwei as well. We've got so much utility in favour of these defenders that, well, EBAC, I just don't see Icy even getting a chance to get back into this round, but crazier things have happened. This is Siege, and we have plenty of examples of crazy things happening, even a Twitter account dedicated to it. That's how great and how mental Siege can be, but whether this happens is another story.
Oh, well, Icy's found one onto Bionk, but still a Clash eyeing her up, and it seemed a matter of time. A decent fight from the Iana, but in the end, everybody gets what we expected. A match point for Combat Wombat. 6-1 they find themselves on. They've already got a map. It's almost there. I mean,
yeah.
I've run out of optimism for Veggie Patch at this point. It's been woeful.
Yeah.
It really has.
It's disappointing, because we come into every best of 6, like a best of 6. Did I just say that? I just said every best of 6. We come into every match.
I was. It's kind of a best of 6 for me. Today.
But
I thought you were going somewhere. I thought you were making a joke, which was not
I genuinely just had a brain fart. But the point I was going to make is that we come into every match with optimism and hope for absolute drama, things to shout about, just having a good old laugh. And well, EBAC, we've been having lots of laughs. But it's definitely not been in a good form, and that's just unfortunate. It really is disappointing, because you're expecting kind of team on the rise versus upper bracket team who just dropped out, last chance, Saloon, and well, they really have used up their chance, and 6-1 down really doesn't bode well in the coming months. Maybe wait, EBAC, maybe the next 5 rounds we'll go to Veggie Patch and we'll get map 3.
I mean, we'd still need a whole overtime segment for them to win if that's going to be the case. It is a long way back. A very, very long way. Certainly possible. We've seen Veggie Patch. Of course, reminder, if you don't know who they are, they don't seem like the team they've been for the majority of this season, but I know it's still in them somewhere. They finished 3rd. Combat Wombats finished 7th of the 8th place that you need to guarantee qualifying. Of course, a lot of teams were very close in terms of points. These two weren't actually very. I think they were 4 or 3 points away from each other, despite that difference in the table. So it really tells how incredibly tight BUAL can be throughout the season. It's nuts. These playoffs have been fantastic, and can Combat Wombats tie it in a nice little bow for today and give us our second 2-0 victory?
Yeah, this is it. And, well, Ebac, another thing that we need to talk about here is, when you're talking about it being so close, well, it's a best of one format, and, well, on best of ones, you can really catch people off guard, and, I mean, we saw it already with the Combat Wombats getting caught off guard in the first 2 rounds of Cafe, but they really bounced back well, and maybe this is just what it is. Maybe the best of 3 format suits them, and it's just better for them.
Potentially, yes. It can certainly help out. Maybe we just had a bit of an understrength Combat Wombats throughout the season. They pieced together their strategies, weren't quite set. Now they are firing on full cylinders. I mean, they are one of the better teams right now that I've seen in quite some time. I'm very impressed by this lineup. They can seal the deal. It will be fantastic. Bjonk playing a very important role, making sure he has to persist on these stairs as long as he can, with the shield in support and 10 centimeters finding one with the RG-15. Fantastic. Volcanoid waits in front. Just gonna have to absorb that frag grenade and expose himself, herself, sorry. It's very close here still, and Bjonk is finally down. Volcanoid needs the support of, I believe, 10 centimeters across on Mezzanine at this point, who is going to be swung by the Iana, but loses the fight. One taken from the FO12, straight back by Earl Grey. 3-2 advantage for Veggiepatch, not over yet.
Certainly not, and well, the thing is though, it's technically 1 gun versus 3 as Volcanoid has her shield out, the taser doing some work, and 35 seconds remain, plenty of time to get this plant down, and well, this has got to be the case as Volcanoid takes a huge amount of damage. 3 canisters remain in pocket for the smoke here, Ebac. That's 1 area denied for 30 seconds, and well, oh no.
Oh, is this a way back in for Weiwei? The plant isn't down. 15 seconds remain. They're going to have to drop in, but thankfully, the flank comes around from Earl Grey, pushes in through Fireplace, catches off the smoke on the re-entry. Not really that necessary for him to give himself away, but they get themselves 1 more round, Veggiepatch. They did it on Coastline. They managed to fight their way back in a tiny bit, and the Switch get a round or 2, but it never properly looked convincing. It still doesn't quite here. A fight or 2, an inch here or there, and Combat Wombats can have the advantage. They definitely still do. It's certainly in my eyes. Baron Gaming, they will opt for again, hopefully to not repeat the same mistakes. And they're mixing things up. They've adopted the pulse that worked quite well against them from the Frogs game.
Yes, well, the thing is, though, here, Ebac as well. 7-2 was the score on Consulate. That wasn't the place we went to Coastline.
I just did the same thing.
So, with that being the case, 7-2 for Wombats probably would be the score here, Ebac.
I'm a little bit confused about the Clash and Pulse. Given that Volcanoid's done a brilliant job of surviving in a lot of these rounds, she doesn't risk herself very much, whilst also playing in quite dangerous positions. So that's very strange that they're doing both. Obviously, the Clash is direct. You can see it intel, and you know, the Pulse is slightly different, and he can play in a different area, so they can have a different kind of intel, but at the same time, that's a little bit bizarre. I'm thinking Dicta has, I think, her own sneaky plan of seeing where these guys enter and then sneaking up Astro as soon as they do and catching them off. I would not be surprised.
I honestly think that she's going to try and C4, because if you remember when Veggiepatch came in, they also came in from the master side. And with Volcanoid like tasering them, they won't be able to get off that C4 too quickly, and well, kaboom.
Did I see that right?
Was
that the Ella jumping out of the bathroom window on the top floor? I believe it was, with the shotgun. Did not take the kill onto Icy. Dealt a tiny bit of damage, but was shut down very quickly. A very risky play. Doesn't work out at all, which means there's a bit more pressure onto the... Oh, no. Well, Icy's evened it out. He's taken 1 on both teams.
That's fair enough.
Nice shot.
Good refrags. Good refrags all round. Well, obviously this information. Oh, they've changed up their take here, E-Back, and well, the pulse has actually countered that.
Oh, well, you can see where all of them are from this position. Dicta just licking her lips. Surely she's going to take one in a moment. She needs to do... Oh, sorry, I got it wrong. It's actually a huge advantage for the defensive side. I don't know how I misread that. There's only one player remaining. It's Tsunami. A clash. Facing him down. Horrific position to be in. Combat Wombats teetering on that edge of match point. Might be a matter of time. Tsunami finds one as he somehow bamboozles the Wamai. Clash still strong. Thankfully for Tsunami, he has enough health that he doesn't need to worry about the zaps right now. He just needs to worry about where exactly these two remaining players are. Dicta will have a lot of intel as well. Weiwei's just walking past Fireplace. I'm not sure what's going on from Wombats. They need to actually make sure they're still, you know, firing on all cylinders. Make sure their minds are all still in the game, because they could still lose this.
Oh,
there we go.
Well, the Wombats, they won out the series. Quite surprisingly, all in. We haven't seen them perform that well in this series, E-Back. Would you agree?
I mean, after the first 4 rounds of this game on Coastline, I was not surprised by this final result.
No, I was just trolling.
Again, it was just a masterclass in strategy from Combat Wombats. They know exactly what they're doing. Maybe the plan was just saving more of their tactics for the playoffs. Either way, what they're doing is working a treat. And they are very, very close, now that they're in the semi-final of the lower bracket, to moving all the way to those prize pool areas right at the end of the division. They are looking... I mean, they're the best team that I've seen. They could definitely compete with the bigger ones up there in the top bracket.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. And well, E-Back, the question is well, can they beat Deviants? Because now it's a meeting of Cairo's dark horses. We'll call it the Cairo Cup. That's what they're playing for.
The Cairo Cup. I would say they probably would. Because this is my final cast, most likely. I'm gonna say for this season, I'm gonna say Combat Wombats all the way. They've convinced me. I'm kind of a fan of theirs now. I'm really enjoying it.
Nice.
They're a good bunch, and I've been thoroughly terrified by Dicta consistently, and so will all her opposition watching these VODs back and trying to figure out how to counter this team. I guess a big part of it, maybe ban Clash. And that's coming from me, so you know it definitely means something. Anywho, I have been E-Back. I've been joined by Cairo, Jerry earlier as well. 2 fantastic games, 2-2-0 walkovers. I'll say it. It's pretty much the case. Maybe not with the cafe game at the very start, but other than that, it's been rather simple. I hope you all enjoyed. I certainly have. We will see you tomorrow for even more action. So, come along.